The meeting will now come to order at 09:02. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. The Supervisors meeting of November 6, 2018. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Here.
Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Here.
Supervisor Wynn?
Here.
Chairman Elliott?
Here.
Thank you.
First item on the agenda is recognitions and presentations. We have 3 today. First, we'll start with a proclamation of November 2018 as Homeless Youth Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. Here to receive the proclamation is Krista Pfizer, Interim CEO, Women's Center Youth and Family Services. Madam Clerk, please read the proclamation.
Is Ms. Pfizer in the audience? The board will proceed with issuing the proclamation, whereas Women's Center Youth and Family Services works to empower women, children, youth, and families to improve and change their lives with more than 40 years of experience providing services and shelter for runaway and homeless youth and victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. And whereas runaway and homeless youth are young people who are deeply in need of resources and opportunities, but do not always have access to those resources, and in San Joaquin County, it is estimated that hundreds of children and youth are homeless every night, sheltered and unsheltered, who come from every life circumstance, and who often experience a home environment that is unsafe and unhealthy. And whereas by working together, we can prevent situations that compel youth to run away by helping them discover life-saving skills, awareness of what it means to run away and why running away will not solve their problems, resources for building a safety net of trusted people, and organizations in communication and stress management skills. And whereas to help prevent youth from running away, families and communities must understand the facts about runaway youth, help our youth protect themselves and assure youth of the opportunities and support available, and act as mentors and role models for youth, guiding them towards available resources and safe, healthy, productive choices. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim November 2018 as Homeless Youth Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, encourages all citizens to dedicate themselves to helping a youth thrive by wearing green on November 7th for National Wear Green Day, and joining Women's Center Youth and Family Services on November 9th for the Promising Pathways, a Path to Success event, presented this November 6th, 2018.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a representative now from Women's Center Youth and Family Services. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, it's my pleasure to present you this special proclamation that we have made recognizing the great work that you do and declaring the National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. Homelessness among our youth is certainly a serious problem that we need to address, and we greatly appreciate all the work that your organization does. So please come forward and I'll present this award.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to make some remarks?
I lost my glasses. Thank you very much for
acknowledging this proclamation and the announcement for Youth Runaway Home Youth Awareness Month. At Women's Center Youth and Family Services, we serve hundreds of youth, and it's an estimated that within San Joaquin County that there's at least 100 youth that are homeless each night. So when we're continuing to look at the importance of addressing these issues and taking the care as a community for our youth, then we're really setting a trajectory for our youth to be able to be productive in our communities in the future. So thank you very much for this awareness and wearing green for the month of November whenever possible.
All right, thank you. Are there any other board members who would like to make remarks? Supervisor Villapudua.
Just want to acknowledge you and thank you for all the youth. Thank you for taking care of all the youth in our county. There's a lot of people who need help, and I appreciate everything you do for our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I also want to thank your organization and all of your staff for the work that you do throughout our county. It's very important, and we couldn't do it without partners like you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, we're all going to praise, and it's very comforting to know that you and those that work with you on behalf of the youth and anybody that's dealing with the homeless situation and that uncertainty, it's very comforting to know that you guys are here doing a great job, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
I would echo all the comments by the fellow supervisors. I would say, certainly your work is important and makes a major contribution, certainly to the homeless youth in our community. But also, I serve on some committees that are also focusing on our youth, certainly in our schools, et cetera. So it's nice to have an organization like yourself that kind of builds upon some of the accomplishments in our educational system to make sure that our youth are taken care of and certainly lead productive lives in the future. So thank you for what you do.
All right. Thank you again, and please pass our thanks on to everyone in the organization.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is recognition of the San Joaquin County Purchasing and Support Services Department for Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. Here to receive the award is John Drake, our Director of Purchasing and Support Services. Madam Clerk, please read the commendation.
The board is presenting a commendation, whereas to recognize the significant role that public procurement professionals have in assuring the efficient use of taxpayer dollars by the effective and ethical use of procurement practices, the National Procurement Institute established the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award, or AEP Award. And whereas the AEP Award recognizes organizational excellence in public or nonprofit procurement based on high scores achieved from standardized national criteria, including ethics, training, innovation, continuous improvement, contractual development, professional certifications, e-procurement, leadership in the industry, and many more. And whereas the county's procurement professionals are responsible for the purchasing of goods and services, contract execution, bids and requests for proposals, as well as developing procurement strategies to obtain the best product or services at the best price. And whereas the San Joaquin County Purchasing and Support Services Department was awarded the 2018 AEP Award for its demonstrated excellence in public procurement practices. And whereas this AEP Award is a great honor for San Joaquin County and serves as a benchmark for the achievement of continuous improvement. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend San Joaquin County's Purchasing and Support Services Department for being awarded the 2018 National Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award and recognize the outstanding efforts of the department staff who work so conscientiously to fulfill the county's procurement needs. Presented the 6th day of November 2018.
Well, Mr. Drake, it's a real pleasure to be able to recognize your department and yourself as the leader for winning this very prestigious award. It's a national award, so national recognition that our own San Joaquin County Purchasing Department has achieved. And I believe it's not the first time, is it? How many is this now? 4? This is the 4th time. 4 times that this award has been received, and we've received this national recognition for our purchasing department. So thank you for your attention to detail, your fiscal responsibility in ensuring that we do everything correctly and that we get the best possible contract that we can possibly achieve. It's just a testament to the excellent people we have in your department and to your leadership as well. So at this time, it's my pleasure to present this certificate as well as the award itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's an honor to be here today to accept this award. I am so proud of my team. I'd like to thank the chairman and the board for this opportunity to highlight this achievement. I'd also like to thank the county administrator and her office for their steadfast support. But who I really want to recognize today is the Purchasing and Support Services team. Their commitment to delivering service to our fellow departments and the county is exemplary. Often our jobs do not make us very popular. We constantly need to walk the fine line between county interests, governing codes and ordinances, and the vendor community, including local vendors. We constantly find ourselves in the role of the messenger, advising bidders that they did not successfully win a bid, advising departments that added steps are required for a contract to be compliant with government code, and advising department heads that yet another board package needs to be prepared. Nevertheless, the Purchasing and Support Services team always does its best to deliver high levels of customer service and professionalism. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize County Council and all the other departments and their respective teams. We work with every single one of them, and I'm happy to report that we have developed an effective working partnership. We're the lucky ones, as we have a front row seat with departments as they embark on their many projects. Government purchasing does not issue many awards. This AEP award is the industry standard in collecting and evaluating procurement best practices in our field. It is recognized throughout the entire United States and Canada, which collectively contain over 3,200 counties. Our county is one of only 45 to achieve this extreme honor. Finally, I would like to acknowledge Ms. Lourdes Piojo Baker of the purchasing team. She led our submission effort, which is a large undertaking, and we were successful for the 4th year in a row. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'm honored to accept this award on behalf of San Joaquin County and the hardworking Purchasing and Support Services team.
Thank you, Mr. Drake, for that well-deserved award. At this time, other comments? Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Drake, I just want to congratulate you and your team. You guys do an outstanding job for the county. Well done.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I think we're all going to probably say versions of the same thing, but San Joaquin County is proud of you and your team, and we know that we're very fortunate to have such an effective group of folks looking out for our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. In a search to be original, which we all can sing your praises, really appreciate all that you guys are doing. I know that you guys continue to reach out with procurement expos and look to expand the inclusion of work opportunities in the county to anybody that would like to get pre-qualified and participate. And that's a very valiant effort, and it's beneficial to so many people. So great job always. 4 years in a row doesn't happen by accident. So keep up the good work, and we look forward to seeing number 5 next year.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being last is always difficult because it's pretty much being said, but I'll add a couple of original comments. How's that? In my first year on the board, I had the opportunity to meet with you in regards to a particular procedure that was in place that was questioned during our discussion at the board. I was really impressed, not only in the documentation you provided with me, but all the details and then the follow-up you gave me. So I think that's exemplary of your department and staff and certainly your leadership, because every time that I've had a question, you've been very responsive to that. And I think the other part of this in regards to your recognition for your department and your team. This is just an example of the quality that we have in county government. I'm just amazed and blown away at times of how many awards our departments receive nationally or statewide. And this is just an example of the quality we have and certainly the professionalism. And I want to thank you and certainly your team. And I appreciate using the word team because we are a team in departments and throughout the county, including the board. We're part of the team too. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and again, congratulations on that well-deserved award. Next item is a recognition of San Joaquin Regional Transit District, which has been named the 2018 Outstanding Public Transportation System Achievement Award winner by the American Public Transportation Association. Again, a national recognition. And here to provide a brief presentation and accept the commendation is Donna DiMartino, CEO, San Joaquin Regional Transit District. Ms. DiMartino.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Elliott, supervisors, staff members of the public. I'm really very excited to be here this morning to share. As you can see, the title of our presentation is Your Transportation Provider is Number One, not only in the nation, but in North America. So every year, the RTD board instructs me, as part of my annual goals, to make public presentations about RTD. This year, I'm particularly excited to be doing this. I don't plan to talk a lot this morning, but I do plan to show you a few short video clips, and I hope to leave you with a smile on your face and a tune you can't get over humming all day long today. Last year when I did some presentations, and some of you were at those presentations, I titled them RTD, Your Transportation Provider. I say that because RTD receives the city's and the county's transit funding, and we're charged with providing the very best transit system possible for the residents of San Joaquin County. We take our responsibility very seriously. At RTD, good enough has never been good enough for us. As your transportation provider, I'm excited to share these good news updates with you now. So let me go to the next slide. As already mentioned, the American Public Transportation Association has selected us. We went to Nashville last month and received the award. And this is the CEO president of APTA, and I wanted to point out two of the quotes he made from his presentation. He says, "This is a very prestigious award. It's like winning an Oscar in the public transit industry," and indeed it was. So it was really wonderful to be able to receive this. Another remark he made is that RTD is unique in the public transit industry for its high percentage of women employees. 52% of the RTD workforce are women, and women who hold many high-level positions. And I'm very proud of that because I believe that our workforce should represent the demographics of our community, and I believe that that's the case. So I think there were other reasons that we were selected for this, and I want to now share with you our first video, which is a video that was shown at the APTA Awards presentation.
San Joaquin Regional Transit District, known as RTD, serves the county of San Joaquin, a broad geographic area of farmland, towns, and cities, including Lodi, Escalon, Lathrop, Manteca, Tracy, and Ripon. RTD is headquartered in the highly diverse and vibrant city of Stockton. The recession was hard on Stockton and led to a 25% reduction in funding for RTD. But at RTD in its hometown, it's not about getting knocked down, it's about how you get back up. RTD not only survived, but thrived without incurring any debt. RTD has driven initiatives in a number of areas such as environmental sustainability. In 2017, RTD became the first system in the nation with an all-electric BRT route. Workforce development. Mechanic Apprentice Program. RTD partnered with a local community college to build the RTD Maintenance Workforce of Tomorrow. RTD presents special awards to Employees of the Year. Business writing classes are offered to facilitate professional communication. Safety. Mr. J. Walker promotes safety among passengers and employees. Community relations. Books on Buses provides free books en route promoting literacy. Access. New mobility options such as Talk to Me Maps helping the visually impaired use public transit, and RTD Go providing Uber subsidies outside regular service areas. Operations. RTD broke ground to expand its BRT to 5 routes in 2017. In 2015, RTD built and began operating from its Regional Transportation Center, a centralized location that incorporates many environmentally sensitive features. San Joaquin Regional Transit District, driven by pride.
Well, that was shown nationally in front of thousands of people, and so bringing San Joaquin County and Stockton and really putting us on the map. So back to the presentation, if I could, for a few more moments. The next 2 slides I want to go through very quickly. 2018 has been a very, very good year for us. We've won quite a bit of national recognition. Even the statewide innovation award, we won that just last week. Recognition by ABC last week for work done on behalf of children in our community. So we're very proud of these awards. We've also introduced many new access programs countywide. ADA certification, travel training, and some of the programs you see up there that we used to offer only in Stockton now are being offered county-wide so that people who live in San Joaquin County don't have to go multiple places for resources but have one point of contact. I also would like to take a moment to acknowledge Supervisor Wynn, who's been a real catalyst behind a lot of our mobility programs, especially concerned with bringing transportation services to people who live in the rural communities. And I also would like to acknowledge that on Friday we're going to have a good news day, and next week we will be rolling out some brand new commuter buses. Now, our commuter buses travel up to Sacramento into the Bay Area, and they were great, but they weren't cool looking. And one day Supervisor Wynn said, how come we can't have those good looking buses like those limousine service buses in the Bay Area? And I said, well, yeah, but we're public transit, we can't do that. But I came back and I thought, why can't we do that? Why can't we have black painted buses with cherry wood floors and leather reclining seats? It was really a very little upgrade, but that's what we're doing. So that's what we're rolling out next week. I think we should have you sign the first bus that rolls out, Supervisor Wynn. So thank you for inspiring us. We are very proud of the many services that we've been able to provide. And one of the reasons that we get national recognition and one of the things that people notice is that we've been able to roll out a lot of capital projects, including new buses. Let me see. Our capital projects, you're familiar with many of them. In fact, I just checked last week, RTD has brought in over $176 million in just over the last decade in federal and state dollars. We've never asked the city or the county to fund any of our capital programs, which of course includes, as I mentioned, our facilities and our buses and much, much more. RTD is very happy to report that we're in a state of very good repair. That hasn't always been the case, and it certainly isn't the case around the country. As a matter of fact, if you look at this slide, you'll see that the Federal Transit Administration has acknowledged that nationwide there are $90 billion in needed repairs. And to address the issue, the FTA has been working on a new transit asset management regulatory program. They've actually invited me to speak around the country about the success we've had. And I was recently at a session when FTA was presenting, and they presented a little video featuring 2 agencies. Of course, your transit provider, RTD, was one of those agencies. So let me show you just the RTD piece of that clip.
In Northern California, the San Joaquin Regional Transit District's buses were once housed in a 50-year-old building where 150 vehicles were fueled from one tank, a process that took all night, every night. Many buses were too old to find replacement parts. New leadership began using asset management strategies, which helped the agency gain local support and funding to build a new bus facility. They now have efficient fueling and, with a nod to the future, charging for a new fleet of electric buses acquired with help from an FTA grant.
I was very surprised. First time I saw it was when it was presented. Very, very proud to be part of what's available online at the Federal Transit Administration website. And then For my very last video clip, I've played this a few times. I've been asked to repeat it, and I want to remind you again, we work really hard at RTD to provide the very best transit service possible for the residents of the county and our environment as well. But we also know how to have a little fun, so my last video clip was created in our garage with our bus and our employees, and so I hope you enjoy it.
Because it's all about the bus.
Because you know I'm all about that bus, no driving. I'm all about that bus, no parking. I'm all about that bus, no stressing. I'm all about that bus. Yeah, it's pretty clear that RTD is here, serving our county's needs from Antigua to Jersey. We got that vroom vroom that all the kids chase, all the right stops in all the right places. We see those students waiting to be picked up. You know we got your back. We know what's up. If you need travel training, just dial us up. 'Cause if passengers important for load, I do like drop. Yeah, my mama, she told me don't worry about a car. She said that RTD can't take you places near and far. You know I never need to worry about the meantime. But if that's what you're into, then go ahead and pay the fine. Because you know I'm all about that bus, no gas bills. I'm all about that bus, keeping my cash. All about that bus, no stressing. I'm all about that bus. We're bringing teamwork back. Go tell the RTD employees, hey, you know they're working hard to stay. I'm here to tell you every employee here is awesome from the bottom to the top. Yeah, my mama, she told me don't worry, just take the bus. Come along with Artie and Freddie and all of us. No stressing about parking, and plus you can save some gold. You'll be amazed at all of the places you can go. Because you know we're all about that bus, no driving. I'm all about that bus, no parking. I'm all about that bus, no stressing. I'm all about that bus. Because you know I'm all about that bus, no driving. I'm all about that bus, no parking. I'm all about that bus, no stressing. I'm all about that bus.
Thank you. So except for the operator, who has an amazing voice, the rest of us decided we should keep our day jobs. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, again, congratulations, Ms. DiMartino, for this very prestigious and well-deserved award. I'm happy to recognize you receiving the Oscar of Transportation Services. And from that last video, another Oscar may be in the works here shortly. But at any rate, we're very proud of your accomplishments, especially proud of the innovations you've achieved. And from my personal perspective, I'm especially proud of the fact that you were able to do it without the need to raise taxes. That is wonderful. So at this time, it's my pleasure to present this Board of Supervisors commendation. All right. At this time, are there other comments from the board?
Thank you, Chairman.
Let me start with Supervisor Wynn,
Okay.
so he won't be last this time. Supervisor Wynn. Good choice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments. I would say this, that in my 4 years on the Board of Supervisors, and certainly with the relationship that the county has with RTD, you've done a phenomenal job. going back in my times on the City Council and on COG, and certainly through the recession, I was just amazed at how you kept RTD afloat without going into debt. And I think that was certainly leadership on your part to really accomplish a great task, which was in other areas was impossible. I think the one thing that I would say as far as and I have to make this directly to you as the CEO, is that you have been very open to my suggestions, and the reason I make those suggestions, as you know, is because my constituency, which covers over half the county, is rural, primarily with 3 cities. And I think certainly some of the efforts you've made to reach those residents in regards to their transportation needs has been outstanding. And I thank you for that. And I appreciate the black buses, I look forward to see what the success of those will be. But you've done a great job, and I would offer this. I go to many conferences, both state and sometimes national, and I do mention RTD and what you've done. So you become a role model not only for the county, but certainly for other agencies who are really just amazed at the diversity and certainly the willingness it is on your part and your staff to really listen to us as elected officials to make sure that our constituents are served. So congratulations and thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Wynn just pointed out a really great word, mentioned the word diversity. For you guys to serve the county that's as diverse as we are is remarkable, and to do it as innovative and progressive is a tremendous accomplishment, and to see the recognition is fantastic to you and your staff. Outstanding and great job, and continue to stay posted for what's next. I know that you guys are always being innovative and reinventing what to do and how to do better services throughout the county. One quick question. Did I see Supervisor Miguel Villalpudua in the background dancing in that video? Is that?
You'll have to ask him about that. You know, what happens at RTD stays at RTD.
Gotcha. Well, thank you. Good job.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I really think the most telling comment in your video is when you yourself make the statement that good enough is not good enough for RTD. And I think that's really demonstrated by the fact that you'll take comments from a wide variety of elected officials, and you don't just write it off and say, well, we're doing what we have to do, and that's good enough. You really listen, and you think to yourself, well, maybe we could be better. And I think pushing for diversity in your own workforce to mirror the community, I think in all of those ways, you never rest on your laurels. You're always looking for improvement, and it really shows in the services that are provided to the residents throughout San Joaquin County. So thank you, and keep it up.
Supervisor Villalpudua.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Donna, I just want to tell you what a great video. I'd like to see Supervisor Patty leading the show next year. No, honestly, you know what? Everybody I noticed that was smiling and happy, and it reflects on you because you do such a great job. Every time I see you, you're always smiling, you're always upbeat, and it reflects on your employees because you have a great team. Great work. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations again to RTD for winning that very prestigious award. We're very proud of you. And let's give one last round of applause to all those who were recognized today. Great job.
What a great video.
Next item on the agenda is public comment on consent items. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the consent agenda. We request that you fill out a permanent form if you address the board. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments, and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. First request to speak is Rose White.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Rose Caparing White. I'm 90 years. As of from now, I have a cancer from now. So I am very happy that I'm still alive. And I think I will reach 5 years more to go. And I'm very, very happy. All of them I know. So I do my best as I can. Now I'm very, very happy that I'm sick since long time ago. God blesses my heart. So from now, I remember that I have cancer from now. The genuine cancer. So I need prayers for me to survive 5 years more to go. So at the time, day and night, I pray for everybody all over the world. So I'm very, very happy that all of them of you, I say I'm very, very happy because I'm still alive. So anyway, don't worry about it, because I'm 90 years, 5 years more. So my family in the Philippines, and my husband is white, from Alabama. So day and night, prayers is my, will gain again 5 years. So anyway, I am here to have again for our search for them today. Sometimes I have. I'm 5 years from now. I have cancer. All of you, I know everything. Myself, because I'm Filipina, I do my best as I can. Be friendly, not harmful. Because very, very friendly, it is nice to hurt for everybody. It is nice that I have a voice. Because as from now, I'm 90 years. Maraming salamat po. Po is as it says. That's but every time I do my best, even a little over in California. When they have a rally, I go in the rally. Our organization. So at that time, I know that you Yeah, but well, I know this too. That's it. I know you, sir. So at this time for the election, I have lots of friends introduced for campaigning, but I did not mention it. So, prayers is the only way to save our right differently, because I have an experience for campaigning. My father is a politician in the Philippines. All my nephew, all my niece is politics too. That's why when I come here in America, I was campaigning too also.
Ms. White, your time is up. Thank you.
It's the only way to save our life. As from now, I'm 90 years, and I have cancer. The 9 years, my cancer.
I'm a peanut too. My dad came in 1926. I think they're done. Tell them you believe in SIU, home health care.
Okay. Please wrap up, Ms. White. Thank you, Ms. White. Next is Arjanine Ward.
Good morning. My name is Anjanae Ward. I come prepared, so I have a small short story for you all. A few years ago, my mother required spinal surgery. Immediately after her procedure, we knew something was wrong. She was in even more pain than she had been prior to her surgery. So she was sent to UC San Francisco, where she was told that she had to undergo another surgery to correct the problem. After the second surgery, she was required to stay in a rehabilitation facility in San Francisco for at least 8 weeks. As a single parent on a budget, working full-time and taking college courses, I was unable to visit her every day. When I did come, I noticed that she wasn't herself. It had been about a week, and on my third visit, she broke down crying, telling me that she was being mistreated. I took her home that day, not knowing how we would manage, but I knew leaving her there wasn't an option. There were so many things I had to learn, like how to administer her medicine intravenously and how to safely rotate her on my own. I took a leave of absence from my job and began caring for my mom full-time during her recovery, all the while still having to maintain my household's expenses on a program that only pays minimum wage. It was challenging, to say the least. Understand that I would have cared for my mother and struggled regardless of compensation, but why should I have to when this program is in place for people who in this county who need the program? I'm simply asking for you all to make it possible for us to provide care on a decent living wage, and $11 an hour just won't do it. Last month, the Board of Supervisors recognized November as Caregiver Appreciation Month, and every last one of you supervisors had something to say that was appreciative of care providers that provide care for people here in San Joaquin County, or what are words without action? I read somewhere that Stockton is the second most fiscally healthy city in the nation. The resources are there, and I implore you all to use a portion of them to raise the wage for in-home care providers in this county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Keith Clipper. Keith Clipper.
Hello, everyone. I'm a bargaining person on the bargaining board, and it is really hard to get the people that you sent to get us on the same page. We have asked them more than once to come with the finance, with the government. They haven't came through. Why? I don't know. Okay? We have been waiting 5 years on minimum wage. Anjanae and a bunch of other people are trying to make things work. Rather than being homeless, we are out here in your face, one way and another. We don't want to do this, but it seems like there's no way until we actually have to engage with you. There's no other way around it. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, that its time is getting short and the wages are getting far and far away from us. And in that, I want you to understand, patience is getting short. We are care workers. Like when I first came down here, they was talking about how great it is to be San Joaquin and getting paid. We pay our workers well. Somehow or another, we missed that. Okay? We want to be a part of the family and get paid at least something that we can say we can make a decent living by it. Okay? I ain't going to say no more, but I hope you heard what I had to say. God be with you.
Thank you. Next is Audrey Rincon.
I really didn't prepare too much. When they asked who wanted to speak, I just volunteered to say something. My name's Adriana. I'm 28 years old. I began taking care of my mother and my father and my uncle. Not a very easy job. It can be very emotionally taxing on you. It takes something from you. A part of you doesn't feel proud of what you do because you don't feel appreciated. I'm a student at nursing school, and I just have a compassion for people. And I was really hoping to come here today and just feel that same compassion. I just want to emulate the virtues of these people and the things that they do, because one day you will be in that position, and you don't want to be in a place with someone who just makes minimum wage and sees you as being somebody they can just clandestinely just throw under the rug. That's not what you want. We care for these people, and everything that they do, we keep in our hearts and our mind. And like I said, I didn't really prepare too much today, and I get really emotional when I start to speak in front of people, but I just wanted to come today to just thank you guys for the support that you do give us, and thank you for the future support that you will give us. And I know that you guys do see it in your heart for everything going on today. We don't want to come like this. We don't want to have to bombard a meeting or do any of these things, but it is the only way that we can be heard. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next is Nordica Rash. Nordica Rash.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Nordica Rash, and I'm here today because I take care of my brother-in-law, and I have him here with me. He is 24 hours. He's not a problem, but it's a lot of work. He does not talk. He cannot tell me what he wants or what he needs. I have to know all of this. And I've been doing this since '95. He was in a home, and I told my husband that I would take him out because I was at home. We went to go see him. He was undernourished. He had a toothache. He could not tell us. They're not even giving him the care that he needed. So now I have somebody that when I brought him home, he was like 165. Now he is 300 because of the fact that he's a big man and he's healthy. And when I can take him to the doctor and they are telling me what a good job I'm doing because he was in a home and what they were getting paid to do, they were not. He's not taking any medication because this is the way that I take care of him. And all I'm asking for is just a little assistance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Henderson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here today to say that I take care, not family member, but two clients that are stroke victims. And just the idea of going there, transportation, spending time with them is a cost. And even though I choose to do it, and I'm really not complaining, but I think that the Board of Supervisors ought to take that into consideration, that the traveling expense and the going back and forth is included. And so I'm here today to say that I and my family, we've been threatened and intimidated for 5 years by a wage that reads insufficient. And I know that it takes money to take care of individuals. But again, I said these are not families. This is something outside of me. I take care of my own family. I'm talking about these are ones that are outside of the family. And so I would appreciate if you would consider raising the wage, because anybody knows the $11 is just, that's not even, that's gas now. You know what I mean? And it's not in the city of Stockton. It's outside of Stockton that I'm traveling to and fro from. So just asking you to take that into consideration today, this morning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris Strolin.
My name is Chris Strolin. I've been an in-home care provider for almost 3 years. My client is my 9-year-old daughter who has cerebral palsy. Had surgery at Shriners Hospital this year, has metal rods in both legs, and is wearing leg braces. And already had to move once this year because the rent is too high and the income is too low. Had to get out in a week. Already had one of my cars repossessed. And very frustrating when you're the only person that can do this for your child. And huge sacrifice. Not a convenience. It's a lot of work. And people think this is a boring job. This is not the job for them. I urge the wages to go up because the economy is going up pretty high. If we had to move again, I really don't know what we're going to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eutimia Contreras.
Good morning. My name is Eufemia Contreras. And I have a long story made short. So we come from a hardworking background, a family straight from Mexico. I am first generation here in the country legally because I was born here. I was born in San Joaquin County, loved everything about it except for today. I couldn't wait to get out of here fast enough. It hasn't provided sufficient work or places to live adequately. So hearing other people from other generations, they say, well, educate yourself, get a good paying job. And so that's what we do. But that doesn't stop the economy from raising everything. You can get a good paying job that doesn't pay anything. I had one, and I had to give it up because we have strong family ethics. Today I provide care for my goddaughter who was born with no grooves to the brain. For whatever reason, it just happened. She's 21. She has the mentality of a 5-year-old. She can't read. She can't write. She can barely see. She can't hear. I also care for my sister, my only living sister, and she has kidney failure, of course. It causes dialysis, but it's not for the money that I care for them, although it doesn't provide me as a single household sufficient enough for me to live. I have to live with other people. And I'm not concerned about it because they're my family. I would care for them anyway. I just don't see people working for free when you have tons of thousands of people complaining, nurses, doctors, specialists saying, we don't make enough. You make enough. I just made your boat payment the other day with my visit to the doctor. Every time we have to transport, it's a cost. Every time we have to take them to doctor's appointments, every time we have to care for them after surgeries that are requested, it's not the money, but then cost of living doesn't go down. It's nothing but going up. And the wages are not going up, they're going down. And if I didn't have a person to live with, now where would I be? I see homeless people all over Stockton, and it just tears me apart. I'm thinking, where are their families? Or can their families provide for them? My sister and my goddaughter are very fortunate to have me because I will give up everything to help my family. And that's how most people should be. But I can't live and eat nothing. So I'm here to ask you to consider your wages versus mine. Would you work for free? Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Gagnon.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
I go out lately and I talk to a lot of providers and stuff and talk to them about things that are going on within the union and stuff like that. And the observations that I made is the majority of IHSS providers only make about 50 to 80 hours a month. That's about $185 to $300 a month. That's $1,200. We can't live off that. Just can't do it. And the majority of IHSS workers, family or otherwise, a lot of the duties that we perform could be considered nursing duties. But we're not being paid a nurse's wage. And we're not asking to get the wages of the nurses, but we want to be paid fairly in this county. I take care of my uncle. Sometimes I have to put his catheters in. That's considered nursing duties. And a lot of other providers in this county do the same type of duties. So that's all I'm here today, is to ask you to consider a fair wage for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Onema Voiko.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Onima Wangkio, and I'm actually in-home care provider for my grandfather. We actually fled the country of Laos during the Vietnam War. And I had to actually give up the American dream to take care of my grandfather, who's 90 years old, who was a veteran in Laos. I had to give up my American dream of going to school, of becoming either a nurse or a teacher because that's my passion. $11 an hour is nothing for me. He only has a few years to live now. And like I said, $11 an hour is not getting me anywhere. When that wages do go away for me when he is gone, I would have to start at the bottom, going back to school to get to where I want to be. And trying to put my daughter who's graduating next year into college with this minimum wage is really not going to help me. I mean, please take into consideration, we've been out without wages or increase it's been 5 years since we haven't had an increase in wages for in-home care providers. And like I said, please take into consideration because I don't want to have to see me lose and all my providers out here in San Joaquin County to not have a decent wage increase. And then with the cost of living going up, what can we do with that? And mortgage, rent for our renters out there, it's ridiculous. I can't afford what I have now, $1,000 a month. That leaves me with food for my children, a roof over my head for my kids, and that's not enough for us. So please take into consideration, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Beverly White.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I had no intentions of speaking, but after hearing everyone's story, I couldn't just sit here and be quiet. I am the mother of Anjanae, who had to come and take me out of a nursing care facility because I was breaking down with bed sores. Wasn't being taken care of properly. Before I was injured, I am a nurse. But there was nothing I could do for myself. Minimum wage, as far as I know, because I haven't worked in years, is around about $11 an hour. What these people do for their families and others out in our community should be increased in their wages. I mean, no disrespect, but $11 an hour, you could work at McDonald's and flip a hamburger for the same amount, which includes nothing to what they have to go through. My daughter and my son I had an IV still attached to me when I came home. They had to learn how to work that. My movement was from my hospital bed to my bedside commode, which was right beside my bed, to have to be lifted up. And I'm going to try to demonstrate because to this day I still can't bend. But you have to be lifted from a laying position up like this, and then your legs slid over to be lifted up and placed upon a bedside commode is, to me, as this last person said, a nurse's job. This is what I used to do for people. To see the things that they go through, having to leave and go home and take care of their own families, trying to survive, as I've heard some say, going to school, some taking care of family members necessarily doesn't mean that they want payment for that. But if you're giving it to someone who allows someone to lay in a hospital bed 24 hours a day, will not turn that person over, will not feed that person has no capabilities of sitting up on their own, doing anything for themselves on their own, I think it's only fair that you guys would take into consideration what it takes to take care of someone who cannot take care of themselves. I know my time is running out, but I want to say this last one thing. To this day, I need help getting in and out of the shower. I can't take a bath because I can't get out the bathtub. I can't even bend over to get into the bathtub. So that's a requirement that I would honestly say, think about it. Flip a hamburger at McDonald's, $11. Taking care of a human body, $11 too? No, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next is Kathleen Gapusan.
Hi, my name is Lupe Smith. I wasn't going to talk because I'm very shy.
Oh, my name.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. Did he call you?
Yes. The reason I'm here is because I used to work for the Annunciation for the bishop. I used to win $17 an hour. But my husband got cancer, and he doesn't got a promise tomorrow. So I let my job go to come to in-home support. And I don't mind because that's my husband, but I went from 17 to 11, and it's a 24-hour care. All I'm asking you is for $3. So at least we could budget again our house. We live with my dad right now because we had to move. We couldn't afford it. He's getting this aside, and I'm only getting paid $11 an hour. And he doesn't got tomorrow promise for him. I just want, if you guys could have consideration and think about it, because this could happen to anybody, and it happened to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. We would normally reply to comments, but last week my house was the target of a bit of a smear campaign in what I would say was an act of intimidation. And it was unnecessary. You all have an opportunity to come here and talk to us. Every single person in this audience has an opportunity to set an appointment with me, as we have in the past, sat down and discussed your needs, your concerns. We're open, we listen. But to come to my neighborhood and smear me in front of my neighbors and try to intimidate me by targeting my home where my 9-year-old daughter lives to intimidate her was wholeheartedly unwelcome and unnecessary. There's no need for that. For the gentleman that says you have to get up in our face, no, you don't. You just have to stand up and speak. You came here today, you had something to say. We invite you, we welcome you. You're here during public comments. You have something to say? Say it. No problem. You do not need to try to intimidate. That's all I have to say, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a moment here. I'll recognize people. First, those who have provided a request to speak. The next request I have is from David Aviles. Mr. Aviles, did you want to speak now?
Sir, you called me earlier? Kathleen Gapusan?
Oh, I called. Okay. Who was that who just spoke?
I don't know. She said you called her, but I thought I had heard my name, so.
All right. Well, in that case.
Go
ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Gapusan. I'm a retired nurse. I've been in this county for over 60 years. I know I act like an ass in the community, but oftentimes I do those things so that I am heard. First of all, I'd like to say thank God for America. Thank God for the in-home care program, because no other country that I've ever visited provides this kind of care to people in our community for our own sick people. I am disabled. I'm half metal through sports injuries and stuff. But I do sympathize with these people and the work that they do. When I retired after close to 40 years, my hourly wage was damn near $40 an hour. And I didn't have to do nothing but show up. And these people are doing all this for 11. I want you folks to remember 1969, 1970. The minimum wage in this area was $1.60 an hour, okay? But remember the farm workers, they were capped at $1.10 an hour. And that was truly unfair for the work that they do. And the work that these folks do, the time, it really merits an upgrade, honest to God. You know, I heard some people saying they were doing IVs. You don't do IVs unless you're a professional. Trained. They have the busy nurse come out and do that. These people are doing too much, and we aren't providing for them. So we need to do something. Okay, transportation to these appointments is costly. They need to do that. Anyway, that's not why I came today to speak. I came to speak because the housing program, Ms. Miller, good enough is not good enough. Okay, I'm so disappointed in that housing program that you presented in my neighborhood the other day. Oh my God, you guys are getting shafted. They had the city declare a housing crisis so that they could get all these millions, so they could get 30 releases from the county jail and put them in a mission gospel program and retrain them from total care. So we're going to retrain these people. There's not one homeless family. There's not one homeless woman. There are 30 releases from the county jail. Okay, I'm really disappointed. 4 years ago, I came here to speak to you about people defecating on the lawn. Fugazi was in the audience. You've made a lot of misconceptions and lies. When you put that woman down, you put me down, because I've been working right alongside of her with housing issues. I don't like it. Okay, the city's getting shafted. The DA, the cops, they're excused. They don't want to be involved. You need to look at that program. That's one option, and it's great, Ms. Miller, for long term. But it will not suffice, priority-wise, immediate-wise, or now. We have winter coming up. These people are without toilets. They're a public safety hazard to us, health hazards. Homelessness. We saw a chop shop down there when I was down there. Mercedes pulling in. They were pulling it apart. There was empty boats, but no cops around, because they feel like they can't handle it. They want to skirt the issue. So we need to look at it, please. Please. I'm willing to do whatever I have to do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Aviles. Did you want to speak now or during the discussion item?
Discussion item, sir.
All right. We'll hold your card. Next is Jean Keogh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. There's just a few comments I want to remind the folks that are sitting up here, because you notice you're sitting up there and I'm down here. You know, you people are your constituents. You people, again, are your constituents that provide a service to folks in this community. It sounds like to me that you are extremely offended, and I hope that you could separate that, because if you're personalizing it, then that means we may not get a fair contract or living wage that we deserve as members in this community. Again, as voting members of this community. We are constituents. We are taxpayers. We are not about fraud. And if you were really listening to us for each time that we came, that the last meeting that they had recently, there would have been proposals from the county across the table, to which they were not. Which leads us to think that you're not hearing us. We have PG&E we got to make. Like I said before, there's 6,000 in-home healthcare providers in this county. It's not a fraudulent program. This is a vital program that you may need one day. But oh, that's right, you make more, so you probably would have a share of cost, or you would have to pay someone to come in to provide care for you when that day happens for you. But right now I make $11 an hour. I'm a voting member, which I'm a constituent again. And so are these people here. And we're going to keep coming back to you recognize just not it's about a wage, but it's a vital community program that elderly and disabled depend upon. And we're not going to let you phase it out. We're going to make sure you recognize it for what it is. And yeah, if someone were to come into my house tomorrow and provide care, they would view it as a job, as a job, as a job. A lot of millennials have left. I recently ran across a gentleman who was 24 years of age, who was working for the post office. House, car, father got ill. He had to leave the job to provide care for his father. And even though it may have been his father, you have got to get off the kick that it's a relative and you still have to do it. Why should we pay you more money? We are your constituents. Thank you, and that is my response.
Thank you. Those are all the requests to speak that I have. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to address the board during this period? If so, come forward, state your name.
In response, Mr. Patty, I'm sorry you felt that way, but you didn't put somebody on hold that long. What else do we have? We come here and talk. I think you're not hearing, so I have to do something. I have to do something. I got to bring something to you to let you know that this is real. People are at risk on a daily basis as you take your time. They got people who are supposed to be coming down here representing you, and they're taking their time. They're making, well, this is that, we got this, that, and other. But we've been waiting that long. Time is up. Time is getting up. This is not a threat. This is just something that, what else am I going to do? If you felt that your neighborhood is being threatened, or you being threatened, it's not that type of threat. For sure, we're God-fearing people, and we come from one nation. But I came to this man's, he knows. He knows. He's out there with me on that side of town. I don't know what side of town you are on, but we all supposed to be on this together, okay? And no offense, really, and I'm sorry that that happened, but we're at that time that it's getting to that point, and time is really getting short, really getting short. People's lives are at risk right now as the time is being slowly but surely, and we're reaching for the American dream and it's getting farther and farther away. Okay? We are all here for a reason, not just to be out here complaining and this, that, and other. We're here for a reason because we need this. And more than that, we need some medical, we need some vision, we need some dental. How can I help somebody when I'm hurting myself? If you think of that, okay? And if you want to talk about this on one-on-one, I'm game for that too. But the people that you have sent to negotiate with us, I think they think it's a joke. They seem to take their time, and whenever we're looking at them like, we need to do this soon as possible. Like I say, people's lives are at stake, okay? It's more than the money. God be with you again.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to speak during this period? Seeing none, next on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the Board of Supervisors regular meeting of October 9th, 2018.
Make a motion to approve those minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda is appointments to boards and commissions. Supervisor Miller, please read the recommendations for appointment.
Thank you. We have a lot of appointments today, so I'm going to go through. Yes, we do. Appointment of one position to the Assessment Appeals Board, number 1, first regular member, Gary C. Duncan, incumbent. Appointment of one position to the Children's Services Coordinating Commission for the first supervisorial district representative, Ella Holman. Appointment of one position to the Civil Service Commission, first supervisorial district representative, Bill Chappell. Appointment of 2 positions to the Council for Quality Education and Care of Children, first position, child care provider representative, Lisa Van Scoy, and a discretionary representative, Mary Jane Patterson. Appointment to the Lockford Municipal Advisory Council, 1 member, Karen Britton. Appointment of 3 positions to the Northeast Community Center Advisory Board, 1 at-large representative, Ernestine Martin, incumbent, 2 low-income representatives, Hermelinda Ramirez, an incumbent, and Vernon Thompson, incumbent. Appointment of 1 position to the Resource Conservation District, Director Philip Baumat, incumbent. Appointment of one position to the Tracy Public Cemetery District Board of Trustees. Director Diane Tiemann, incumbent. Appointment of one position to the Workforce Development Board. At-large business representative David Culberson. That's all today, and I make this in the form of a motion to approve these recommendations.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the appointments to boards and commissions as read and moved. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda is the consent items number 1 through 29. Are there any board members who would like to pull any of these items for further discussions or comments? Supervisor Patty, Supervisor Wynn.
7, 13, 23, 25, 26.
Okay, 7, 23, 25, and 26.
I'd like to pull item number 2, please.
All right, and I will pull item number 7 and number 24. Wait a minute, we already had number 7, so I'll add number 24. All right, in numerical sequence, item number 2, approve a meeting of the Board of Supervisors on December 11th at 9 a.m. at John C. Kimball High School, 3200 Jaguar Run, Tracy, California. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just had some questions in regards to the fiscal impact, the actual cost of moving an entire full board meeting. And so I'm hoping with your indulgence I can ask a few questions of our county administrator.
Certainly. County administrator.
Thank you. I know this has been done in the past, and so there were no actual costs involved, and I'm hoping that you can maybe give us a better idea of the cost and also the lost time for staff.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, board members, Supervisor Miller. In response to your inquiry, what I did was primarily, as we see, when the board agenda takes place, a number of our department heads and also deputies and staff are in the audience. And so on average, like today, I didn't even go to the deputy level, but there's roughly 11 department heads that are represented in today's agenda. So I took roughly 10 department heads that would be more than likely as part of the consent calendar and any presentations from a discussion perspective, and calculated their time, because instead of them being here for that Tuesday, they would be in Tracy. I took roughly, to get over there from a transportation perspective and return, roughly an hour. I thought 30 minutes going both way, each direction. So taking that into consideration, along with the cost of all of our board members, support staff, myself, county council, clerk of the board staff. So I have roughly, from a salary perspective, for that additional hour from the commute time, roughly about $4,300. Often, when we do take our board meetings for another location, they don't have sufficient audio-visual equipment that is required in order to run the meeting and also to televise the meeting. So I reached out to our IT director, roughly about $350 if we're faced with that situation. And also, of course, our IT staff. That was one group of folks that I did not include. On average, we usually have roughly 2 IT staff who are here. They come prior to the meeting, they stay through the meeting, and then they remain after the meeting. So in totality, I estimated, Supervisor Miller, roughly about $4,660 to move this meeting to the city of Tracy to that high school.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any idea, and this would be a question for the chair, about how many participants we think that there would be at the meeting?
In the case of this particular meeting, we did this about 4 years ago as well. And one advantage of having the meeting at the high school was that it gives the opportunity for teachers and high school students to attend. And I didn't take a count, but we had a fairly robust audience there. And I got very favorable feedback later on. In fact, we took the opportunity to allow the students to ask questions at the end. Got some interesting questions and discussions from the students as well. And I believe we also got some participation from some local residents who live in that part of the county who don't ordinarily come over when the meetings are here in Stockton. So I don't have specific numbers, but I would say that we did get a good turnout from that.
Okay, thank you.
The other advantage of this particular high school is that in addition to having a large auditorium, which is conducive to this type of gathering, they also have adequate parking there, not only for the students but for visitors. So it's not a difficult thing to be able to provide the parking.
Is this the same location where the meeting was held 4 years ago?
Yes, it is.
Okay. My only concern really was that as we get toward the end of the year, our agendas are really packed. And I was concerned about the number of staff people and just the logistics of everyone being there. But I think I got my questions answered.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments on this item? Supervisor Wynn.
I understand the benefit of having this meeting as you had in the past. I guess my concern would be, as Supervisor Miller alluded to, that last meeting of the year is going to be a long one. I think the other part of it is, and when I was on the city council, every meeting we had high school students as part of their government class that had to attend. And I wasn't there 4 years ago, so I can't speak to that. But it would seem to me that maybe the same benefit for the students, maybe not for the residents, is to have them bused here and have them attend in this particular venue, because we don't have to move staff. We don't have to make sure that we have all the equipment available. And again, I think probably had we done this earlier and been able to minimize the agenda to allow a short meeting, and I don't know how big their auditorium is, and I don't know if every student attended. Maybe is it voluntary, do you know, or was it mandatory that every student attend the meeting?
I'm sure that it was not considered a mandatory attendance type thing. Their auditorium is larger than what we have here. And all I can say is there were many students there. So
many.
It was up to the instructors who had classes going on during that period as to whether they were going to allow their students to come, or whether they were going to say that was the place that the class would be held. I didn't ask that type of question.
Yeah,
available.
I don't have a problem with it. I just think that for the school itself and for the exposure to our meetings and to see how government works, and as you indicated, that the questions afterward, it would seem that it might be easier just to bus them over. And I know there's expense to the school district for that, but maybe we could assist in that. I don't know. I'm just saying, and if you have it, fine. I'll certainly attend, but I'm just thinking that that's probably one of the most I won't say stressful, but packed meetings that we have during the year, and it's the last meeting of the year. I don't know, would we have 80 some odd consent items last year? It was a huge amount.
It was a lot.
Yeah. So I'm not opposed to it. I think it's a great idea. It's just the timing of it and logistics that pose some problems. But you're the chair. If you decide that's the way you want to go, I'll certainly be there.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess since it is the last meeting of the year and you are the chairman, I checked my schedule. I'm readily available, and I look forward to being at the meeting in Tracy. So thank you.
Appreciate your attendance. All right. Other comments on this item? Supervisor Miller, would you like to request a separate vote on this item?
I think I would on this one. Thank you.
All right. And County Council, should we take that vote now or wait until all the discussion is complete and then take the votes at the end?
Take it now. That's fine.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve this item?
I'll make a motion to approve item number 2.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item number 2. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 3-2. Next is item number 7. This is retroactive approval of agreement designated Dameron Hospital Association as a primary stroke center for the period November 1st, 2018 through October 31st, 2020. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is the last. Is this the last of the group to receive this accreditation or certification?
That's correct. All of our hospitals now are designated.
Okay. And so far, because I know others have been accredited previously, so how is the program working so far?
Actually, I think it's going very well. We've been having meetings with the stroke center representatives from each of the 7 hospitals since July, helping them kick off the program, doing retrospective reviews of cases and working through the logistics of how the system will work together moving forward. So I think it's getting very positive feedback. There was a lot of discussion initially on the data matrix that we'd be measuring at each of the hospitals. We worked through those issues with all the hospitals. They're all on board now. We have consensus on what we will be measuring and able to track and trend with all the hospitals. So we're comparing identical measurements with each of the hospitals. So all indications are everything's going extremely well.
Do you have any examples of how this system, this program has benefited the residents in the county?
Well, we had one close to home last week. One of my own staff members suffered a stroke while at work, where we had to access the 911 system to respond to our own office, where that individual is able to go directly to the county hospital, be rapidly seen by their stroke team, and then transferred out to a comprehensive care stroke center in the Bay Area. With very positive results. So, yeah, that's the most recent one I can think of.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'd just like to add my congratulations on coordinating this effort to get all of our county hospitals certified as primary stroke centers. I think it would be a real disservice if we didn't have all of our hospitals certified, because someone who might be close to a hospital and in need of treatment for a heart attack, if that weren't a designated stroke care center, they might have to waste valuable time getting on over to a center where they did have that treatment. So getting all of them qualified, I think, is a major accomplishment here. And so I just wanted to share my appreciation for that effort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this item? All right, thank you. Next is item number 13. Approval of professional services agreement with the City of Stockton to provide outreach and education services related to illegal sales and marketing of tobacco products to minors from November 6, 2018 through June 30th, 2020, and approval of related budget adjustments for 2018-19, increasing appropriations by $93,480 with offsetting revenue. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of real quick questions on the program. I know that there's an allocation and there's a grant, and it's the tobacco seems to be tobacco and alcohol specific. do we, not alcohol, just tobacco, yeah.
Tobacco.
Do we have any, is all of the material, because it talks about some different medias and printed material, is that all provided, or do we have the ability to also create some of the messaging that we're going out to the public and the adolescents with?
So we actually are responsible for providing the educational materials, and we will be working with a media firm on some of that as well to assist us in that work.
Excellent.
Provide that.
Okay. And would there be anything that would prohibit us from cross-messaging, and in particular, in light of the fact that marijuana has been legalized in the state of California, and we have dispensaries opening up in and around Stockton and different areas, can we also message some of the risks of adolescent use and experimenting with drugs as would be a common risk and concern?
So outside of this grant, our tobacco prevention program does that type of messaging on a regular basis. So we are doing messaging, doing some anti-tobacco messaging, and where appropriate, we do incorporate, the threats of marijuana as well. For this particular grant, I don't think it would really be as appropriate because we're really focusing more on retailers, educating retailers, and law enforcement on how to enhance their enforcement activities. And a lot of it has been prompted by the e-cigarettes and some of the flavored products, because that's what we're finding is that a lot of youth who wouldn't necessarily be interested in smoking cigarettes are interested in the bubblegum flavored and cherry flavored products that can be used through the e-cigarettes. And so we're finding that they are accessing those and using those more frequently. And so the purpose of this grant that the city of Stockton reached out to get is to really try to figure out what we can do locally to curb that youth use in the county. So it is really, it has a very specific focus.
Okay, and you're mentioning more to the retailers, but
Right.
but also in the scope of work, it says increased communication and involvement with students and youth by meeting with student and youth organizations, schools, and our colleges at least 3 times a year. So could we incorporate some anti-drug messaging? I would be thrilled if we could. I'm one of those, 2 birds with 1 stone. Instead of duplicating and coming back a month later with the anti-drug message, science in the last couple of years has proven that early development of brains are important, and the brain is fully matured at 25. You and I have talked about this, I know.
Yes.
And that risk of permanent damage and higher propensity of addiction if you're experimenting with drugs before that age. I think that's a message that we need to just keep getting out as often as possible. And I would encourage us in any capacity, if the county needs to make any additional contribution for it, let us know. But I'd sure love to do more than just tobacco.
Yeah, and as I said, wherever possible, we are doing that. It's been a little bit of a difficult road for us because all of this funding comes from Proposition 65, and it's been very specific that it's specific to tobacco. And so when we've asked the state for guidance on, as you're saying, the message is very similar, the audience is similar, can we incorporate that messaging? And there are some places where we can, and there are some things where we can't. So, but wherever we can get that flexibility, and if we can do it in this project, we definitely will, because we aren't, missing any of those opportunities where we can do that. Even if it's, providing, and that's kind of the direction I've given to my staff, if you have someone there, even if you can't use that tobacco-related funding to send the message while you have the audience, let's use a different funding stream to send the marijuana message as well.
Excellent. I'd love that. If you can give me a little follow-up, let me know if there's any restrictions, or if you're able to incorporate as much as you are, and even perhaps share some of the material that you're using.
Definitely.
Because I'd love to use it and promote it and share it with, I talk to different youth groups throughout the year, so whatever we have at our disposal, I'd appreciate.
Okay.
We will, sir. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
Along those lines, Supervisor Patty, I guess the question is, and I understand that, when certain funding mechanisms are in place, you're very restricted in regards to how you spend those funds. Part of Prop 64, a major component was educational programs to, reach out to, as Supervisor Patty says, to provide a message, anti-drug, anti-marijuana, whatever message. So it's been 2 years now, so where are we on that in regards to any kind of funds available for reaching out to our youth, especially as Supervisor Patty alluded to, probably 12, 13, up to 25 years of age because of the magnification or I guess maximizing of the impacts. So is there been any talk about any funding that's in the pipeline, so to speak, for any kind of programs in this county or for the schools, as a matter of that fact?
So there is talk of some money coming down the pipeline eventually to local health departments. To this point, a lot of it has been held at the state level. The state did a lot of work in creating some messaging regarding cannabis and specifically for youth, and some other county health departments that have had large amounts of general fund, especially Los Angeles County has put a lot of money into messaging, and they're willing to share their messaging, and so we've been trying to incorporate some of that we can do without additional funding, and like I said, as much as we can, we're doing that education. I think probably the strongest activity that's happened, truthfully, here in San Joaquin County has been through First Five. First Five on a statewide level, recognizing the impact on the developing brain, and youth has really also launched a campaign to educate pregnant women about the use of cannabis during pregnancy and the effect on the brain. And so they've really prepared some pretty strong messaging and have done some work on social media, and they've actually been recognized across the state for their messaging. And even the California Department of Public Health, as I mentioned, they've been working on messaging. They actually had the First Five of San Joaquin present on their messaging campaign on one of their webinars because they're very good. So, that's some of it from our standpoint, is we feel like, we can use their materials as well to do some of this messaging rather than have our staff spend time reinventing the wheel.
So is that money, or those programs in LA and the ones we're using here, are those Prop $64?
No, they're using general fund dollars.
So where's the Prop $64 that are headed for us?
Well, like I said, a lot of it is still working on some of the regulations at the state. They're looking at it headed for us. They haven't made it down here yet. The state is still dealing with the implications of this and looking at testing and regulations and some of the same things that we've been dealing with here on a local level. And so it's going to fund a lot of that work. And then, like I said, as far as them also working on developing educational materials that can be used by any of the local health departments. But personally, we felt that the ones that were developed by our local First Five were stronger than those that the state developed. So
in essence, what you're saying is that it's kind of your responsibility to come up with these programs in cooperation with other counties or other programs, but there's nothing directly that's been given to us to assist in these programs.
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions on this item? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item number 23. Accept a FEMA port security grant for $332,757 for purchase of law enforcement regional response patrol vessel and equipment and associated budget adjustments. Supervisor Wynn.
This is actually kind of so I understand the need for this particular vessel as opposed to the vessels we currently have in regards to the speed and the ability to respond quickly to certain events. Is that correct?
Supervisor Wynn, through the chair. I have Sergeant Alamont here. I'll let him explain it since he's the one that put the whole thing together.
Okay.
Good morning. In addition to the speed, the construction, the size of the vessel being much larger than our current fleet, the ability to transport 4 staff members with safety personnel to our local areas and also regionally within the San Francisco Bay Area.
Okay. So this is just, as I read the staff report, this just adds another vessel to your fleet, which gives you the flexibility to utilize whatever's most appropriate on the particular mission you're going out on. Is that correct?
Yes.
The reason I ask that question is this isn't a boat that would be staffed 100% of the time, correct? And it won't be on patrol all the time, on the waterways. Would it be used intermittently based upon the need, or would it be part of the patrol fleet that we utilize throughout the county?
It'll be a resource as part of our patrol fleet to utilize during our daily duties if necessary. We have quite a few vessels that we can use. This one can also double as a recreational boating safety patrol vessel.
Okay, so it does have multiple uses?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Not a problem. With these, during the peak season, we have the additional staff we can use for our auxiliaries and any other volunteers that will come out, along with then splitting up our staff, and we can put more boats out on the Delta during that peak boating season.
Well, the reason I ask the question is oftentimes we get equipment, but we have nobody to man it. So I won't say it's useless, but it's not necessarily used efficiently or effectively because, we don't have enough people that are trained in boat operations or, in other special tasks. So I think you answered my question. In other words, it will be utilized rather than immediate responses to special incidents, those types of things.
In this instance, all of these boats will be utilized, especially during that peak season, as I was speaking of, because we utilize the full-time staff that's assigned to boats to be the drivers, and then we use additional staff to be able to be the second on each of the vessels as we normally deploy. So during that peak boating season, we will be using every piece of equipment that we have available to us, because we also have to make a presence on, like the McCollum and other areas.
Okay, good. That answers my question. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, quick question. 27-foot boat, correct?
Yes.
Would it have a large wake or a small wake, and how would it work as a performance boat for water skiing?
Is that permission?
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you on the Delta. I'm out there often, so I always enjoy the patrol you guys do. So added piece of equipment for your fleet, so thank you.
Well, Supervisor Patty, I'm sure that Sergeant Allen would love to have you come out and spend a day on the Delta with us.
I'll do that on tour, sure.
All right, thank you. The next is item 24, retroactively adopt a memorandum of understanding with the City of Stockton for animal shelter services for the period July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2023, and amend the fee schedule associated with animal shelter services. Our county administrator, Ms. Nino, would like to make a brief presentation on this item.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board, Sheriff, and Sheriff staff. I requested our chairman to pull this item. As you saw in the board letter, Sheriff staff tried to negotiate a different agreement for our county. Unfortunately, as the board heard during our final budget presentation, that we could not get there exactly. It's a fairly expensive agreement. The sheriff, the board has already approved action for the dollars. But as you saw in the board letter, we don't plan to stop here. Between the sheriff's office, they plan to continue to look for other solutions to meet our animal needs. But also as a result of us not being able to get there completely with the City of Stockton, I wanted this board to consider, even though it says right now in the board order, the sheriff to approve amendments to the MOU, I am requesting, and I've spoken to the sheriff about it, that we add some additional language that says the sheriff to approve amendments to the MOU that are non-fiscal amendments. So if the board would consider that when they eventually approve the consent calendar, I would very much appreciate that.
So you're talking about the second recommendation there, the sheriff to approve amendments to the MOU. You want to add the words that are non-fiscal?
Correct. And I am not asking for the agreement to change because the City of Stockton has already taken this agreement to their city council, but I am requesting this board to consider that change as part of the recommendation, but also as part of the board order.
All right, any comments on that?
The only comment I have is I do support the language. It is very specific, as this is an expensive agreement, but it is unfortunately the best we have at this point. We have continued to reach out to all available animal services within the county. We have actually even gone out to Alameda County to see if we could utilize some of theirs, as they have a shelter that's just across the border into Alameda County. But at this point, none of these people have the capacity to be able to provide us with any amount of services that we would need in order to give us an option.
All right, thank you. And since this actually almost doubled the budget with this new agreement, or at least the cost of this agreement almost doubled by having a new one, I would certainly encourage us to continue looking for alternatives here that could be more reasonable.
Well, we will continue to look for alternatives, Chairman. However, unfortunately, Animal Services is a very difficult process, and there are many other things going on even in the volunteer areas. So we will continue to look and see what else we can do. It may eventually require this board to enter into a partnership for construction with one of the other agencies to be able to help that in the future. But that is just something that it still needs to be discussed and looked at.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn.
I think you just touched upon it, because I know you've explored all options, but, you know, as has been said, almost the doubling in cost. Did we look at, I'm assuming you did, the possibility of building our own? And I think you mentioned that with your partnership.
We have discussed that on numerous occasions, sir. And my counsel to the board would be that whenever we can stay away from having our own shelter, it is probably in our best interest in total, along with just the physical issues involved with it, along with the construction location. Then you have to deal with the ongoing issues of a no-kill shelter.
Right. Well, obviously Ripon has a very small shelter, but I will tell you that the problems are similar that you've mentioned. The other issue is volunteers and control officers and all those other things. But I would also say that, you know, that the county officers have benefited or helped the city officers in regards to animal control. So it's been kind of a good partnership between the two agencies. And I think that's, as you talked about Alameda, I think maybe that's the direction to go. But I was just curious to see if that, I'm sure that discussion is taking place.
Well, like anything, Supervisor Wynn, there will be a point where the cost under the current contract is so high that it is cheaper to go the other direction. But as we can manage it in the middle, it is probably better for the county to maintain the current agreement. And we do work in close concert with the City of Stockton and their animal services people. But as things continue to grow, we may have to look at other options.
Right. Good. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question. I look at the price. It's, if I'm reading right, it's $525 annual fiscal year, $525 per animal. For up to 3,000 or above 3,000 and 325 animal below up to that 3,000 mark. Is it prorated if the animal's there for 2 months or any period of time? How do we track how long it's there and what we're paying for?
Well, the animals are tracked, and we do look at how many we turn in to be serviced by the shelter. Okay. The flat cost is up front on the issue, and we have to continue to watch that. But we also are trying to now, instead of taking animals to the shelter, wherever we can take them back to the owners instead of housing them in the shelter, we're doing that. We're looking at any other ways to cut back the costs.
If an animal's there for 3 weeks or 3 months or 6 months, are we tracking that? So we're not paying that full price if the animal's not there that long?
Well, the animals there, we are checking the pricing on those, but it is going to be a kind of a hit and miss with the basic number charge on that guarantees us X number of days. I don't recall exactly what that is at this point, but it's still overall the process that we have, and then we have to continue to look at that.
I wonder if there's something that we could utilize, like collars with the GPS tag or something, and you know when where the dog is, or when the collar's turned in to us, then we stop being charged for that animal. Just a way to track it.
There is that possibility, sir, but then we'd probably be charged for the cost of the GPS devices to put on the animals.
Right, but it could be cheaper. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the average cost is per animal.
Supervisor Patty, between the sheriff's office, between the CAO's office, and between county council, the three of us, even the three leaders of those three departments, have been intimately involved with this agreement. I wish it was better. We had a number of issues. Unfortunately, the only thing in the end that we were able to resolve with the city was the termination clause. And that discussion ended up taking place between myself and the city manager. And I am thankful that he was amenable to that, but we had a number of other issues that we were trying to change, to even to the point of receiving the fees. So when somebody comes in from the unincorporated area, as say in Supervisor Wynn's area, and they pick up their dog and they pay their fees, you would think that the county would receive an offset for those fees that are coming to their ultimate bill and the cost of them housing that animal. Currently, that isn't even in place. So our goal, exactly as the sheriff said, we will not stop here, but right now, the city of Stockton, they have been a partner with us for quite a while in this effort, and exactly as the sheriff said, we will continue to look at all options, especially those options that bring in other agencies, because as the sheriff and I spoke early on in this process, over a year ago, that how convenient would it be for his field folks to be able to have agreements with wherever the closest animal shelter or rescue that would be available for that animal, for the care, and also potentially the reunification with its owner to make it more convenient so people aren't having to come all the way to Stockton in order to retrieve their animal. So we are trying to definitely keep all the options open, but unfortunately, the cost of this agreement is where it is as a result of the city of Stockton saying these are our rates and this is what we're asking you to pay if you want to keep your animals in our shelter.
Okay, thank you. Somewhat related, I had a question for County Council. Recently there was some allegations and there's some investigations going on at a local animal shelter. And it's been brought to my attention by some constituents that do we have, or actually I believe we do not have, and perhaps the sheriff could answer, do we have any type of parameters of, let's say, how we would care for animals when they're in a shelter or if they're at a, whether it be private or public? Is there any type of guidelines that we would have in place in the county to protect the animals? Like, let's say, for instance, they go to a vet once a year. If they're going to be housed somewhere, we're making sure that they're getting medical attention and that the animals are not neglected or there isn't a real neglect or abuse to them.
I'm not aware of any county ordinance that addresses those issues.
Could we agendize this in the future and discuss it? Because again, this is a compassionate issue and a very passionate issue for a lot of people that are very upset about some of the activity that was going on at a private animal shelter. So they had brought to my attention the request of what we could do countywide to prevent the type of neglect that was going on or allegedly is going on.
We can do some research into that and I will get back with you.
Okay, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Other comments or questions on this item? All right, thank you. Next is item number 25. Approve an agreement with Arnold Josselson from December 1st, 2018 through November 30th, 2019, not to exceed $300,000 annually for autopsy services. Supervisor Wynn.
Just a question in regards to the utilization of this contract. This would be, for example, with the development of a medical examiner's office, this individual, as you talk about in your staff report, was utilized previously also in the event that the other two medical forensic pathologists were not available. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so this contract that we're agreeing to provides that same opportunity in the event that there's not somebody available to make those to do those autopsies.
Well, I'll let my chief deputy coroner, Sergeant Reynolds, answer that question so you get more clear.
Okay.
That's correct. Basically, this is to continue the services that he was previously providing to us.
Okay, so based upon this contract, then we obviously have a continuing coroner's office that's doing the job necessary, obviously, for the county.
That's correct, sir.
Irrespective of where we are in regards to the medical examiner office being established. So what I'm trying to get at is we're not we're not failing in regards to our responsibilities in regards to these types of investigations and autopsies.
No, we're not.
Okay, irrespective of the, and I know there's been discussion in regards to the position of medical examiner, but my point is I'm looking at the operation, not necessarily the examiner position itself. So this is going to provide us with that necessary autopsy specialist in place, whatever happens in the future, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Other questions or comments on this item? Thank you. Next is item 26, approve an agreement to provide ProCamps Limited law enforcement services for a November 11th, 2018 Aaron Judge All Rise baseball event. Supervisor Wynn.
I just had to bring that up from a standpoint of just expressing my appreciation for Aaron and his willingness to participate in this particular camp, and certainly the Sheriff's Department in regards to assisting. And of course, it's in Linden, which is in my district, which makes, and he's from Linden, so that makes it even more important. So anyway, I just wanted to thank the sheriff and certainly for for Mr. Judge for offering this program, because I'm sure it'll be very well attended, and your services will be necessary to make it a successful event. So that's
well, we're looking forward to it being a successful event, and I can tell you that at the last chamber meeting it was discussed that local residents should stay off Highway 26 during that period of time, take alternate routes, because it'll probably be very busy.
Right. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great. Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Sheriff. All right, we have already approved item number 2. Do we have a motion to approve items 1 and 3 through 29 with the suggested adjustments to item number 24?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve items 1 and 3 through 29 with the CAO's recommended adjustments to item number 24. Please cast your votes.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda is a discussion item to discuss formation of a clean San Joaquin program. To present this item is Supervisor Chuck Wynn. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually, I think it's been on my radar for over a year, almost 2 years, in regards to this county and certainly other counties that I know we've all visited. I was in a meeting up in Sacramento on the Sacramento Council of Governments, and a city council member from the city of Sacramento made a comment that he'd been back east, and in his travels from Virginia to Kansas, he noticed how clean the freeways were in the communities, and then made a comment about California. And everybody, and there were 5 counties represented in that meeting, all agreed that, California is not necessarily the tidiest or cleanest county. So based upon that, and a lot of research and conversations I had, I put together, and this presentation is simply a discussion. It's not even there's comments or recommendations. I'm not telling anybody or department what to do. I've met with most of the mayors of the cities and talked about this concept, and they're certainly interested in participating because obviously the cities have a major impact upon our county. So I'll go through this rather quickly. I'm not going to read every slide, but I'll just touch upon it. So, Broken Windows was developed back in the early 80s, and it was a theory for neighborhood policing, and essentially it said that if you don't fix things when they break, then more things get broken. And they were talking about crime specifically, but it does apply to our neighborhoods in regards to the amount of blight or problems that we have. And so the broken windows is important in regards to concept that if we don't do something with our communities, it will continue to deteriorate. Because of the continuation in these areas as far as the amount of blight or graffiti or litter, we talk a little bit about illegally growing marijuana, and that's in the board letter, but I'm not going to touch upon that for a variety of reasons. One is the election today, and then we'll see where we go from there. And then, of course, when neighborhoods take ownership and control, then there's a better outcome. So these are the problem areas, and I asterisk the marijuana because I'm not going to touch upon that today. The other reason is if I did that, it would add even more time to this presentation. So let's go to litter, and we're all familiar with litter and trash, and I think probably I know all of you have a problem with litter in your districts. In my district, it's a major problem because of the size and because of the rural condition of it. Public Works has been great in regards to their responses to these particular dumps or litter. But one of the problems that I have, for example, in the discussions with some of my residents is, for example, there's litter in the weeds, and they do the weeds, they have paper, et cetera. Well, now instead of one piece of paper, you get, 15 or 20 pieces of paper because it's been cut up by the mowers or whatever. So sometimes it exacerbates the problem. So we need to be a little more organized in regards to this. And of course, especially up in District 4 with the number of wineries we have and event centers, it does detract from the ambiance of the community, which is obviously important with our ag tourism. And then looking nationwide, $11.5 billion to clean up litter. 9.1 comes from businesses, and the rest fall to governments and other entities, schools. And so by virtue of that, we do waste, and the term literally, a lot of money in regards to cleaning up our communities. So if you look at property values, this is an area where they've talked about the community presence of litter values, property values decreased by 7%. Homeowners are more in tune to this, that they believe that reduces home values by 10 to 24%, and then realtors think about 9%. The bottom line is it does detract from the values of homes, especially for those who want to maintain the value of their properties. Statistics, this is kind of boring, but it's kind of interesting. There's 51 billion pieces of litter appear in the roadways each year. 46.6 billion, 91% is less than 4 inches. Primarily, or cigarette butts is probably one of the most frequent. 6,729 items per mile of roadway. Tobacco products comprise roughly 38% of all roadway litter. Paper 20%, plastic 19%. And this is nationwide. I don't know what it is in California because there are strict laws in regards to those types of containers. Packaging litter compromises. This is like your fast food stuff. Nearly 46% of litter that's larger than 4 inches. 75% of people, when surveyed, admitted they littered at least once within the last 5 years. I think some raised that average by themselves. Average amount of steps it takes for someone to find a piece of litter on the ground is just 12 steps. Fast food products account for a full third of all litter that is produced around the world. Paper products, 29%. It takes a cigarette butt 12 years to fully decompose. On the other hand, it takes a banana peel 12 days. One of the things that I remember acutely when I was in boot camp in the Marine Corps is we used to do cigarette butt litter daily, and it is something that is very prevalent in our society. 95% of farmers, and this is really exacerbated in my district today, have at some point had to clear litter off their farmland that was dumped. It used to be they used to dump this illegal dumping and litter, et cetera, on the roadway, and we used to pick it up. Now they're dumping in the orchards. So the farmers have to have their employees load it up, take it to the dump, and then they pay the fees. So we need to address that certainly in the future. Roadway litter, 75% originates from motorists or pedestrians. I won't go into the statistics on that. But non-roadway litter is interesting because these are near entrances, movie theaters, places where they have to discard their items before they can go inside. 85% of littering is a result of people's attitudes, according to the research. Changing individual behaviors is key. We have to really readdress. I think Linda Bird Johnson, during her cleanup campaign under President Johnson, was phenomenal. She did a great job in regards to making people aware of the need to be more responsible in regards to their garbage. People who see litter are more likely to litter, and research shows about 15% of littering is affected by the presence of existing litter. It goes back to the broken windows theory. Behavior changes, and I won't go through all that, but essentially we need to educate starting in schools to the importance of putting things where they belong as opposed to throwing them out the window. Ensure that there's ongoing cleanup efforts. Littered environments attract more litter, and all must commit to decreasing the amount of litter, and that's all our responsibilities. Location of trash receptacles, it makes a difference. Where people observe littering in public spaces, the nearest trash receptacle averaged 29 feet away. And when they moved it down to 10 feet, they brought it down to 12%. Walt Disney, we've all been to Disneyland or Disney World, et cetera, and they did a study and they found that, in any hidden shopping areas, that receptacles need to be placed about 30 steps to ensure proper disposal. And if you go down to Disneyland, you'll see not only a lot of receptacles, you see a lot of people with brooms, et cetera, picking them up. And obviously, if you were to do that, certainly within the cities or communities, then the question arises, who's going to empty all those? But nonetheless, it does provide a better opportunity to keep your community clean. Infrastructure and maintenance, simply building, making sure things do not promote litter. Communities that want to beautify and lowering littering behavior, and includes tree planting, brushes, etc. Also planting flowers. There's a number of programs. The City of Los Angeles, Santa Clarita, which is in Southern California, communities that have a beautification program, actually an Office of Beautification, and they do a lot of these volunteer events to go out in the communities. We need to educate, motivate people to make sure that litter-free, and it's like other things that culturally we've changed. For example, years ago, it was socially acceptable. I use that statement is that to drink and drive was not socially unacceptable. Mothers Against Drink Drivers made that difference. And as you see today, we have more designated drivers, we have more programs, and it's made a difference in regards to attitudes for people driving under the influence. And so we can change motivation in regards to responsibility as far as littering prevention. But it has to start in the schools. We have to make our children certainly indoctrinated in what is appropriate and not appropriate, as opposed to throwing things out the car window. Illegal dumping, which is, and they go back to this awareness campaigns. One of the things that probably, there may be a lot of people in this room that probably don't remember this because they're too young, but there was a real campaign on litter bags in cars. I mean, every car had litter bags. They were giving them out by the basketful. And I know my kids, when we were growing up, there was litter bags in the front seat and the back seat, and things were thrown in those, and then they were deposited. My wife even currently has plastic bags that she uses for her grandkids. My point is that, you know, I don't know if anybody even has litter bags anymore in their cars, but it does provide an opportunity to keep this litter off our roadways, and then a cost that's involved in picking it up. Illegal dumping, I talked briefly about that. We have that problem in the county. It does pose a danger to public health and safety, decreases property values, lowers quality of life, contributes to urban and rural blight. There's a variety of things. I don't have to go into the details of what they are because you've all seen them, but they do affect our appearance of our roadways. They also affect waterways, especially when they pollute our drainage ditches and some of our culverts. Illegal dumping also places an undue burden on the county. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, and here's some of the costs. This is for channel trash removal and also for road trash removal. As you see, we've gone $784 to $1,152,000, and we ran out of money on the trash removal in January. So it would be even higher if we had that money available. Abandoned boats, I don't know how the other supervisors in their districts, but abandoned boats has become almost a daily call in regards to people complaining. And by virtue of that, we have an agreement through the CA's office with Public Works and the Sheriff's Office, and we're actually on track But as you can see, just in October, we had 13 boats out of 26 are called in. 13 were towed, 2 on private property, 4 pending, and 7 were gone when the officer arrived. Illegal dumping, there's a variety of things, and this is taken from a variety of programs throughout the United States. But Task Force, Dumping Hotline website, we have a Go Request app here in San Joaquin County. Vehicle Seizure Ordinance, Trash Responsibility Ordinance, County Community Pride Week. So if you go through these, and I won't go through, they're pretty self-explanatory, but a task force simply to coordinate not just the county but the cities in regards to programs to make sure that we have an impact on our entire county, and then of course find ways to improve our effectiveness by the limited resources we have. But more importantly, we need to include the residents as part of this solution. The Go Request application, which is very effective in regards to identifying locations where there are items that need to be removed. But then you can go to, some communities have hotlines, some have websites, and then obviously by virtue of reporting these, then there are actually reward programs that facilitate that. San Bernardino County has an $1,000 reward program for prosecution of litter or illegal dumping. This is the Go Request webpage. And these are just the items, the different categories that are available to identify and to report. Vehicle seizure ordinance. I know this is, and county council probably saying, "Well, wait a minute," but there are states where they have these ordinances where if you're involved in dumping, then they confiscate the vehicle. We can maybe do a modification. Again, this is left up for the task force or for elected officials and the various entities. But one of the things that has been talked about is, for example, let's say we want to prosecute somebody who's dumping illegally. Oftentimes, that individual, they don't have the money to pay the fines. Sometimes, as far as prosecution, I know there's a trend, at least to look for a diversion program. But one of the things that may be beneficial, as opposed to fining or even putting them in jail, is having them do community service, because I think that's a lesson to be learned, that the dump that you created, now you have to clean up, or you have to clean up others. So it's just an opportunity for somebody to talk about other ways of requiring some kind of repayment for their efforts. Trash responsibility, we pretty much have that now. And for example, everybody has to have a container in the county. I'm sure the cities are pretty much the same way. But it also goes, and it can be expanded to people who park, cars and dismantle them on their front yards, and a lot of things like that. County Community Pride Week. This is something that's done, for example, in LA County, but we can have and there's like different programs like Love Lodi, Love Ripon, places like that, where once a year they go and do a variety of projects. And these, obviously, waste tire roundups, smart gardening workshops, cleanup efforts, tree planting, etc. These are all things, and I'm sure there's other lists. But the one thing I have to comment on is Supervisor Lapudra and his chief of staff, Chris. They've got a standing program going in District 1, and it's called Safe Neighborhoods 1. And I think that's a model, certainly, that we can use throughout the county and certainly in the cities. Because, in fact, Miguel, you want to just briefly explain what you all been doing, because it's been fantastic.
Basically, we've been having these town hall meetings, and we basically encourage the community to clean up their neighborhood. So we've, during the spring, we have free dumpster days, and, with the help of Public Works, and they basically line up. We send out flyers throughout the neighborhoods and throughout our town hall meetings. And before we know it, Saturday morning, we have a free little barbecue, kind of feed the helpers. And then, honestly, we've had lines mile long, and I think it's helped the communities out in District 1 clean up. I think we had like 50 tons of garbage. We filled, I want to say, 40, 50 dumpsters. So it's been a big being help in District 1. I think countywide it'd be great.
I would agree, and I think I certainly commend you and Chris for your work, because I think that's been kind of the effort that makes all of us proud, and certainly we can expand that to the 4 districts and certainly in the cities. So anyway, I appreciate that, and I just want to recognize you for that. Enforcement programs, enforcement teams, single or multiple agency, hotspot surveys, reward programs, surveillance, sting operations. I'll go through these real quick. Special enforcement team is usually a cooperative effort. It could be, for example, Public Works, Sheriff's Department, Environmental Health. They have a triage that they currently meet every Monday, but again, this is focusing eventually on a countywide, including cities effort. Websites and also posting particular locations with large block letters sending a message that illegal dumping is a crime. Surveys, obviously finding out, and frankly, at least the assumption is a lot of our dumping in the county is from city residents. So that's why we need the assistance of the cities to get the message out and to provide, as Miguel has done in his district, to provide the receptacles and the motivation and the organization to clean up some of those things so they don't have to bring it out in the county and dump it. Hotspots, increased surveillance, enforcement actions. These are, we all know where a lot of these spots are. Certainly Public Works has a list of them. Reward programs, like I say, $1,000 San Bernardino County. Video surveillance systems, there's a variety of those. I've looked at some of them online on YouTube, for example. They're very clear in regards to the individuals dumping. They certainly make a great tool in regards to prosecution, if nothing else, to determine who was the culprit. Surveillance systems, again, license plate numbers. The city of Ripon, which I live in and was on the city council, we have a number of cameras throughout the city. In fact, we're replacing all of them with high definition. And the advantage to those is that, and I'll be honest with you, for the probably 6 years I was on the council, we had those systems. I never had a question or a complaint from a resident about Big Brother, et cetera, because people have found the value of those, because we've been able to solve a lot of crimes by virtue of the video replay, and I think the residents feel safer because of it. And frankly, most of the crimes that are committed of any significance are usually people who don't live in Ripon. Which means that they're not aware of it. So these are things that we do. So sting operations, basically, you set something up, especially those high dump areas, to catch those who would do it normally. Administrative actions, certainly, this would be, for example, like county council, in regards to, I know some of the code enforcement issues that county council has been involved in. They're faster to do than we go through criminal justice system. And then certainly if there's a need, we can go to criminal prosecution, although it does provide some delays at times. And certainly the community district attorneys have done a great job, so that might be an opportunity to work with them in the district attorney's office, in addition to county council, as in regards to addressing these particular incidents. Homeless encampments is another issue, and that's one that's certainly discussed frequently. I was talking with a law enforcement agency about a month ago, and their commander was telling me that during their last training day, the number one topic of discussion amongst the officers was homeless encampments and their involvement in cleaning them up. So it does affect a lot of agencies. Property ownership, I won't go into that. Basically, it can be public or private. Abatement is something where we want to go in and clean them up, and there are some issues involved in that. Also, services, I know that certainly the organizations that Supervisor Miller's been dealing with are been involved in it. County departments, behavioral health, environmental health, Public Works, all these have been working together. So it's a coordinated effort, certainly with the county, but we need to expand that to our cities and work with them on some of these particular issues. Reactions, this is kind of interesting because in reading a lot of literature, this is kind of the three different components. Reactions to homeless encampments have varied, both public and private. Some individuals point to encampments as a sign of ingenuity and innovation. Others complain about the inability of governments to contend with and provide for their homeless, leaving them to live in a substandard condition. And the last one is still others complain about the blight, crime, and sanitary conditions nuisance that homeless encampment can bring to surrounding neighborhoods. I had met with a city council member last week and made a comment that they were looking at a homeless encampment just to get an assessment in their city, and they were chased by a homeless individual with a 2x8. So they can be problematic in regards to public safety. Health and safety implications, food preparation, shelter building, maintenance, storing possessions, eliminate unwanted materials. There's fuel for fires. The fire department's talked about fires that have been occurring in some of these homeless encampments. The nuisances, sometimes the odors, and of course the salvage. And these are some of the waste found. Garbage, medical, sharp, pharmaceutical waste, combustible, non-combustible, rubbish, recyclables. You can see them all, and they're around periodically in all these encampments. Funding, that's another topic of discussion. How do you pay for this if you're going to go beyond and above what your current budget allows? And these are just some opportunities to consider for entities, both city and county. This is a particular group, Take Back Lodi, which I've worked with in regards to their efforts around, not just in the city, but around the county, around Lodi. And this is kind of an overview of what they did in regards to making a difference in their community. They started with a small committee. They developed a logo. They're not, as far as formal organization, they don't have a board of directors, but they just get together and they do what they need to do. They develop very effective relationship with the police department, sheriff's department, public works, Caltrans, Highway Patrol, Union Pacific Railroad, et cetera. And they go out in these sweeps and they use all these agencies to make sure that the encampments are cleared safely. And they started with small areas, they went to large areas, and they've probably done 40 or 50 encampments as now. And they have almost 900 volunteers that participate in these programs. So they are engaged. And they work with businesses. I went to one of their meetings, and they had talked about how businesses could be more homeless-proof, especially with landscaping, shrubs, those types of things. Cardboard boxes, large, like furniture stores, large cardboard boxes become deposited or located under freeways, et cetera. So there's things that they can do to reduce that opportunity. They adopted a park and ride, and they're working on a nonprofit. They have a website. They have no board. They're not, and they have about one meeting a year, and it's attended by probably 90 to 100 people who share their experiences and sometimes their frustration. And so this is kind of their philosophy. They see a problem, they work to fix it, which I think all of us should do. They are persistent in regards to these particular encampments. They clear up. They do monitor them periodically, and as soon as something pops up, they notify the sheriff's department, the police department, and they go in and they clean it up. And some of those encampments, which previously, for example, about 3 years ago, I went to a meeting involving all these agencies that they listed. I think they did 14 encampments along the McCollum, and a gentleman from the railroad made a comment. He said, I've been doing it for the 6 years. He says, within 2 weeks, I'll be back. Well, one of the things that this group has done is they're not back. They monitor them, and they make sure that they don't reoccur. So I think that their perseverance and certainly their commitment has certainly been invaluable. So in regards to what they've accomplished, and as we've all heard this part, they've been told no and you can't many times, but they press on and they do things within the law and certainly within the appropriate standards within the community. And again, it takes time. Prevention of illegal encampments, I will go, basically it's just a matter of making sure that we don't facilitate that by providing them, especially those that are secluded. There are things that the homeless are looking for. So we need to be aware of that and make sure that we address those concerns. In regards to prevention, again, water, that's why a lot of them are along the McCollum and other water bodies, because the water's, and it's not just for drinking, there's other things that occur, and that becomes a health issue. But all these things are important. And again, it's a matter of keeping on top of it. And I think the benefit of Take Back Lodi is that because of their volunteers, because law enforcement agency, with the police department, sheriff's department, code enforcement, all those particular ones don't really have the resources considering all the other things that they're doing. So this infusion of additional resources is important. mapping systems so everybody knows where the encampments are, and I think more importantly to know where they're going. For example, when they did those encampments along the McCollum, the homeless went to Woodbridge, which is also my district. So it isn't a matter of just, doing one, because it's like everything else. You push it in and it goes somewhere else. So we need to make sure that we do a good job. And identify cleanup areas, obviously identify those areas that need to be, whether there's homeless there or not, make sure that they don't become attractive to homeless populations. Enforcement, obviously dumping, litter, and then adopt criminal and civil prosecutor system for use, illegal dumping, and abatement of these particular properties. Assessment, simply going in and assessing what the needs are in regards to personnel. Almost all of our county cleanup efforts involve behavioral health to contact individuals to make them aware of the services that are available for them and other agencies that are available. Familiar with jurisdictions' laws. And this becomes problematic. There's been a recent Ninth Circuit court in regards to the Boise, Idaho ordinances. And so as we go through this, we have to be sure that we're within solid legal foundation when we make these decisions. Written notices need to be posted. It has to be 72-hour notice. Follow up, obviously, once the notice has been posted, follow up to see what's left and make sure that we do everything in regards to removal within the constitutional allowances. Establish agreement, especially if working with other agencies on who's going to keep monitoring it, and of course, on the other part of it is once you clean it up, where is it going to be, and then making sure that it doesn't become a continual attraction for homeless individuals. Other related issues in regards to this, Supervisor Patty in July brought up the shopping cart issue, which we need to develop that ordinance. That's been integral. They probably gathered over 900 shopping carts, take back Lodi. So it does become effective in regards to cleanup. Homeless donation program, county IT has put together a website that you can get on your phone. And this actually comes from a conference I attended where Chris Gardner, who for most of you don't know the name, he was the Pursuit of Happiness guy, played by Will Smith, who was homeless over a year. And he's a very dynamic speaker. He's extremely successful. But one of the comments he made towards the end of his presentation, he says, I get approached by homeless. He says, I don't give any money. He says, because I don't know where the money's going to go. He says, but what I do offer to make a donation to a rescue mission, Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, whatever happens to be, because that dollar will go much farther, or $5 or whatever you want to make, much farther to assist them in regards to their situation and giving their money directly. And I know, and this is, everybody has their own way of helping. Some people take them for a meal and things like that. That's fine. But one of the things that some cities have done in regards to homeless population is they have these specially painted meters, parking meters, and they ask you to put your change in those meters. And some of them generate $20,000 a year in the large cities. And that's fine. But this particular innovation that I would say, anybody can use it anytime. And if we educate our population throughout the county that, we're a county that's compassionate and we want to help them, but we want to help them through organizations that have the wherewithal, the training, and the facilities to benefit them, and we'll donate to them, then that benefits the organizations. It certainly should benefit the homeless if they choose to take part in those particular services. So these are some of the things that we need to do. So what I'm proposing in this particular presentation is that we create a program overall, focus on improving the quality of life in the areas that I've talked about, with the exception, obviously, is of marijuana. And also, if you read the literature on Keep America Beautiful, which is a national organization, they have a lot of programs, a lot of teaching materials, et cetera. They also have access to grants through Hefty and other organizations, which is a trash bag company. And so that's an opportunity for us to really join in that effort and be part of it. And also look at other entities and volunteer programs to organize them so that we can have a greater impact upon our county and certainly upon our residents. So, if approved by the board, assemble and affect county departments which are all affected to some degree, and proceed with the future inclusion of the cities as a willing partner. As I said, I've talked to almost all the mayors, and they are very interested in participating in this because they're all dealing with this problem one way or the other. So my final thoughts is it has to be a total county effort, because if we only do it in one entity, as for example they did with the homeless encampments along the McCollum, they just moved to Woodbridge. So we just displaced them temporarily, moved them. What we need to do is we need to, as best we can, is to get those individuals, if we're talking about homeless encampments, into proper services so they can be helped. As far as the other part, educating the public in regards to making sure they don't throw stuff out the window or they don't throw it on the ground when they're walking around. And everybody plays their part. If everybody took responsibility over their trash or took responsibility over their lives, this would be a better county and cleaner. And I think that, San Joaquin County, as we saw earlier with some of the presentations, and I think Supervisor Miller, certainly what she's done, and I know what we've done with Public Works, with groundwater basin, with 21 agencies. And the reason I bring that up is because 21 agencies that deal with water are probably, most would say, would be impossible to get together to align into one group, and that's happened. So San Joaquin County is really the ground zero for collaboration or coordination. And so I think this is an opportunity for us to step forward again in regards to making our county more livable, more beautiful, and certainly reduce our costs in regards to cleaning up some of the litter and trash and dumping and other things that we have to deal with. So, and we can obviously make that work. And so with that, I open any questions from the board in regards to what they want to do.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me be the first to congratulate you. What an impressive presentation and a great breakdown and analysis from top to bottom, and a very holistic idea and approach of what to do. Very, very impressive, and I thank you for the work that it took to put that together. I know that everybody on this board and people in the community would bring in action and be part of that action committee. And so I'll volunteer and throw my name in it. And in one way or another, I'm sure we can all participate in different levels. So I'm 100% in favor of an action committee to do something and bring people together. One point you brought up, I'd like to ask County Council about with the possibilities of putting together some of the action that Supervisor Wynn had mentioned. He had to point out a vehicle seizure on people that might be doing dumping and things like that. What's the legality of doing something like that? Is that something we could incorporate?
Well, we're going to have to look into that. There are a number of suggestions in there, and I've got them in my notes that as items that we're going to have to do some significant research on whether or not the county has the authority to actually pursue those, and what kind of mechanisms will have to be in place in order to effectuate it.
Okay, and as you're looking into it, I just thought at the same time, if we are able to, in any capacity, seize vehicles on dumping, I would encourage we open up the prospect to look into the possibility of that, also including seizing vehicles for gang activity, people doing illegal drugs, and also human trafficking. So if there's parameters that we can utilize for any of those and seizing those vehicles, I would like to find that out as well. Again, thank you.
Well, go ahead, Tom. Well, I was going to say, seizure could also just be a simple impound.
Sure.
And an impound is not permanent as a seizure is, and that's why I alluded to. And the reason for that is those particular crimes that you're talking about. If you at least impound the vehicle initially and take it out of the hands, then that's another step. I don't want to use the term punishment, but it's another consequence of those type of activities.
Great idea. Love it. Thank you. Great presentation.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to thank you to Supervisor Wynn. I think you have some great points there. I love the idea that you're working with the mayors, and if we were to just reach out to everyone, and everybody wants a cleaner, safer neighborhood. So if we were to incorporate these little town hall meetings and talk about, how to clean up and everybody get involved, it'd help our county. It'd be a big improvement, and appreciate you bringing this up.
Well, and I would just offer, I would appreciate your efforts, because that's kind of a model as Take Back Florida and other things, is to look at things that have worked
right.
and deploy them, countywide. So again, I want to thank you and Chris for your efforts.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. And thanks for a really good presentation. I think there is a lot of potential for the, Clean San Joaquin program and beautifying efforts. We've seen a lot of that happen with Love Stockton, Love Ripon. I mean, there's a lot of those. So to be able to expand on those existing programs, I think would be really great. And there's been a lot of success with neighborhoods, adopting their parks, adopting streets, adopting parts of highways. I think to extend that and give folks an opportunity to do it is great. I think in terms of the homeless encampments, that's a much bigger and complicated conversation. As you said, with Take Back Lodi, they were squeegeed elsewhere, which that works fine if you're focusing on a small geographic area, but if you're focusing on countywide at a certain point, there has to be some resolution about where they're going to be squeegeed to. And what we've seen over and over is ultimately it comes down to a lack of affordable housing. It's fine to put them in touch with services, but once the programs are full and there are no spaces available, it gets difficult legally. So I think we're going to need to be very careful and work with county council in terms of enacting a countywide ordinance. That seems to be when you start getting into a lot of legal and litigation. So we're going to need to work really closely, I think, with county council. I think the good news on this is there are a lot right now of housing projects because the focus turned a few years ago at the federal and state level to directing that funding to permanent housing. We do have some projects in our county that are starting to move forward. Finally, they're getting some funding put together. So some of those will help, I think, in terms of providing places for folks to go with treatment provided. And I think ultimately that's what's going to make a permanent impact on that issue. So I look forward to working on this. I think there'll be a lot of good efforts. The county, you're right, county has a tremendous power to convene, and we do collaboration really well in San Joaquin County. And I would imagine that this will be one more issue that we will be able to all work together on.
Just a real quick point. You're absolutely right on the legal side, but see, the advantage of joining with the cities is we can take city attorneys and county council, district attorney's office, and do a uniform ordinance, which makes sure that everybody covers it. Because as happened with City of Manteca, City of Fresno, places like that, and now Orange County is ground zero in regards to litigation. So I'm suggesting that we do it right, but we also protect ourselves in regards to not being, sued. And if we are, especially small cities, we can come together as a group and assist in that defense, because it affects all our ordinances, which would be the same.
All right, thank you. A couple of questions here. There was a suggestion that we become an affiliate of the Keep America Beautiful program. Is there any cost associated with that, or do we just sign up and?
Not that I'm aware of, Chair. And the reason I suggest that is they have materials available for classroom for schools, things like that. So by participating in that, we use their status, I guess, for lack of a better thing. So it's only a suggestion. I mean, obviously, we can take each one of these elements individually as we go through them and decide what we want to do. So again, this is just a discussion point. I'm not advocating, we make any decisions today, but certainly that we pursue those to consider them.
Right. Okay. And I think it's certainly a great idea if there are organizations or efforts that have already made progress on things. We should certainly not be intent on reinventing all of those things. We should borrow any good ideas that we can. Now, this was a fairly broad-ranging topic here. So we covered many things that we have discussed before and already, I think, have in the works. But what is the status of the ordinances that we had asked staff to develop on camping, on shopping carts, and then the programs for Adopt a Road and Adopt a Levy? Are we planning to have an update on those things at some point? That question is directed to either Ms. Nino or the County Council.
While Public Works is getting ready to respond on the Adopt a Road and Adopt a Levy, we are working on the camping ordinance, and we are working on the shopping cart ordinance. One of the holdups on the camping and homeless ordinance is that earlier this summer, the Ninth Circuit opinion came out on City of Boise. That is in the process of being appealed first to an en banc, so for the entire Ninth Circuit to sit and rehear that. And so we're in a bit of a limbo right now. We know what City of Boise said. We don't know whether it will be even accepted by the entire Ninth Circuit for rehearing, and we don't know if it'll go beyond that. So we're in a bit of a limbo, looking to see how that case analysis may change for what we want to roll out as far as addressing the camping ordinance. But as the shopping cart ordinance, we can bring that independently at this point.
Okay. Please update us on Adopt a Road and Levy.
Sure, Ellie. Adopt a Road will be coming to you next month for approval. The program will be, and Adopt a Levy is a bit more complicated, as we discussed, because of the characteristic of the ownership of the land and what rights we have there and the multiple jurisdictions that are involved. So that's going to be a little bit more complicated. Hopefully early next year we'll be bringing you something on that, but the Adopt a Road will be coming to you next month for your approval. I would note that we are also, along with that Adopt a Road program and the roadside pickup, we are applying for some Cal Recycle grants for specifically the types of cameras that Supervisor Wynn mentioned. The particular grants we're looking at, you do have to identify high use or common dumping areas, which fortunately our GIS system allows us to do that and focus on surveillance and signage and enforcement on those areas. So we're headed in the direction of a lot of those things that were mentioned.
Okay, great. At this time, is there anyone from the audience who would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, Supervisor Patty?
Yes, Chairman. This board is one of action. It's really impressive to see there's many needs in the community, and individually and through committees, we spring into action. And I think that Supervisor Wynn put together a great outline and criteria of what could be put into motion. So I'd like to ask Supervisor Wynn, what could we do next? Because I'd like to take some action and put into motion something that you've worked so diligently and put together.
Well, I think the first step is as a county, we need to come together and decide what we can do and how we can coordinate amongst the various departments. Actually, a lot of the system is in place because we do this with our homeless encampments, for example. Public Works does this with our trash removal, both on roadways and levees. So I guess to answer your question, I would say that we would get CEO's office, certainly as you mentioned, maybe 2 supervisors to sit with the county departments that are most affected and decide how we're going to coordinate this. Once we establish what the county's role is going to be and how we're going to maximize our resources with these programs, there's Jim talks about the surveillance cameras recycle. They also work with the CHP on that. I mean, so those particular programs are out there, and I mean, literally, I cut a lot of stuff out because there's just so much information. But my point is, I think we need to, as a county, come together, decide what our direction is going to be. Certainly, there's things out there that I'm not aware of that obviously would come to the group. But once we do that, then we need to reach out to our cities with a plan on what we're doing and see if they want to partner with us, because they have the same elements in departments for the most part that we do, other than behavioral health, et cetera. So that would be my first step, to organize a committee of those departments to sit together and decide how we proceed from here and then move forward. And it will grow under its own discussion. So that would probably be the first step in this.
Do we need county council?
Would it be appropriate then just to ask the county administrator to bring back a proposal on what type of organization we should have and how it should be organized? What would be your recommendation?
Chairman, what I can do is I can work with Supervisor Wynn, and we could bring something back and bring, what other supervisor would participate with him, because I think it will take some effort. And this board gives staff very often very clear direction. The heat money that, as a result of our homeless, this board taking action for the shelter crisis, we're doing a grant that's being led out of my office, and a number of those same departments are participating in that grant. So I would have no problem. And rather than just coming directly to the board and waiting, because now we do not have another board meeting until early December. I believe it's December 5th. So to formalize that, more than likely, I would suggest that I have the authority to go ahead and write you a memo so that we can get something out there, and that there is some direction of what other board members, because I think it's going to be extremely important that the discussion take place first and foremost at the board level and council member level. When I know we have a commission coming in just a few minutes in regards to an advisory with veterans. As this board has suggested these committees, these initiatives, the county typically has been the leader in it. And as Supervisor Miller said, we are a major convener, but at the same time, we also have a number of other initiatives we're trying to get accomplished. So more than likely, I'm going to make a recommendation to Supervisor Wynn that we start small and be able to give you exactly as your inquiry was. What's the current status on a number of these other efforts? Like right now, I know my own staff who are leading the effort to do the HEAP grant. They're doing it, all the writing internally. Of course, we're bringing a few of our departments along for their input, but all that work is being done out of the CAO's office right now. So I would suggest if I could develop something in cooperation with Supervisor Wynn and lay out some initial steps. But like I said, I think there's great value in this board being able to reach out to the respective council members. And I'm going to throw out another suggestion because it popped in my head when Supervisor Wynn had me review the board letter along with his PowerPoint was, there's those 2x2s that you already have with your respective cities. I think that will be an exceptional convener to organize the cities. And I would highly recommend we do that early on, because on a few of our other initiatives, whether it's contributing to our homeless position or our RISE form that our IT director and his staff have done a great initiative. Primarily, that's being led by the county. And as we all know, even our IT, form, that our SJ RISE, that takes effort from our staff resources. So we can fulfill and bring back actionable items, as Supervisor Patty said. I think it'll be important we get this and we allow our cities to be informed sooner rather than later. So that's my 2 cents. So if this board wouldn't mind if even I draft something, possibly even prior to a board meeting. If the timing coincides with the board meeting, I'd have no problem with the team presenting it in conjunction with Supervisor Wynn. But sometimes we have to try to manage these various projects and initiatives. So you might even see a memo from me jointly with Supervisor Wynn laying out some next steps, if that would be amenable to you, Supervisor Wynn.
That'd be fine. And I'll be honest with you, I spoke with several council managers in my 3 cities. Mm-hmm. They're all on board, and my 4 MACs. Mm-hmm. And they're on board. I mean, so it's an easy sell. You know, and in fact, Supervisor Miller met with Mayor Tubbs and Vice Mayor Holman and on other issues, but talked about this. So I think, again, I think everybody's open for that, and I think they would look forward to the participation. So, but I have no problem with that. You're right. And this is just to start the foundation, and as we move forward and as we see opportunities, we can expand it. So, I mean, you got Lathrop and Manteca in your district, so yeah.
So I think that's a great idea to take advantage of those forums that we already have, the 2x2s to incorporate some of that into this idea, build on those initiatives that we're already working on. But county can certainly play a big role here in just convening some of those things and making sure we're all moving in the same direction. So, County Council, do we need a motion on this, or just an understanding of the board that the CAO will move forward with further coordination?
I think a motion to that effect would be appropriate.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to start with the CAO's office in creating this program.
I'll second it. And just one quick follow-up, Chairman. What would be a timeline of when you could bring something back to us?
So my goal would be, I know I probably have about 5 or 6 items that is coming before this board on December 5th. So if it isn't December 11th, it may be early January. Okay? Would be my goal. Within the next 60 days, hopefully it's sooner, supervisors.
Sooner would be great. Thank you.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to initiate actions as recommended. Please cast your vote. Motion carries 5-0. Next is a discussion item to adopt the 2018 through 2020 San Joaquin County Equal Employment Opportunity Plan. To present the staff report, we have Ted Schwick, Director of Human Resources, and Roland Davis, EEO Program Manager. May we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ted Schwick of the Human Resources Department. As you mentioned, I'm joined by Roland Davis, our EEO Program Manager. I wanted to begin the presentation today okay. I guess. Thanks. I begin our presentation today with basically an overview of the county EEO program, describing how it fits within the Human Resources Department, and then turn the presentation over to Mr. Davis with regard to the specifics of our 2-year EEO plan. The EEO unit resides within the Human Resources Department. It currently consists of 1 EEO program manager, 1 personnel analyst, and 0.5 FTE of office assistant specialist support. In addition, there are 50 department-level EEO coordinators throughout the county, and we have been able to build that number recently and provide training recently as well to those individuals. That obviously is the ground-level support for this program. They handle the informal complaints. They are able to resolve issues at their departmental level, and they play a very important role. Obviously, the program would not function well without them. In addition, we have the EEO AC, the EEO Advisory Committee, consists of 9 members. 7 are at-large appointees of this board, and 2 are appointed by the County Administrator's Office. So that's really the group that manages and monitors the program. Every 2 years we are obligated to prepare a report, and we have done so this year, and I will turn the presentation of that report over to Mr. Davis.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Swick. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. Today we're actually presenting the EEO plan for the 2018-2020 EEO plan. The plan serves as a county-wide guide for informing county employees and local communities, programs, policies, and activities that demonstrates San Joaquin County's commitment to equal employment. The plan provides insight and information on the San Joaquin County's workforce, EEO program, county activities in accordance with the federal and state laws and regulations. Part of the EEO program is that we actually administer and oversee the Rule 20 complaint process, which includes discrimination and harassment based on a protected activity. We conduct quarterly training for the department EEO coordinators. As Mr. Swick mentioned, we have over 50 EEO coordinators that are appointed by their department heads and handle the EEO informal complaints. The trainings that the EEO office provides is sexual harassment and discrimination prevention for supervisors and managers, AB 1825, and training for supervisors and managers on sexual harassment and discrimination. Please note that effective 1/1/2020, the SB 1343 says that we must change the actual training for non-supervisors and managers from 5 years to every 2 years. We also conduct training on diversity and respect and inclusion to all employees every 5 years, and new employee orientation, which is an introduction to all employees, new employees on the EEO related policies. We also are a part of the Human Resources Leadership Academy training course, which is done by the Human Resources Office, and we actually provide the course of discrimination, harassment, and laws prevention. In addition to that, we also conduct actual training for departments based upon their request. In the last 2 years, we conducted 23 on-site trainings with various departments, and the EEO office actually oversees the annual diversity luncheon. We just celebrated our 21st luncheon, which was a success, probably due in part to our county council as the keynote speaker, Mr. Mark Miles. So thank you for that, Mr. Miles. Some of the actual training that we performed in the last 2 years: 20 sexual harassment prevention trainings, 44 discrimination and harassment trainings, 45 diversity and respect and inclusion trainings, and 59 total new employee training, 36 for general employees and 23 for hospital employees. And as I mentioned, we had our 21st annual diversity luncheon, the largest we had this year, 432 attendees this past October. As part of the EEO office, we also conduct Rule 20 complaints. In the last 2 years, we had 130 Rule 20 complaints. 50 of them reached the actual formal level, and 10 of them went to Civil Service Commission for appeal requests. Part of our program goals is to actually make sure that we're in compliance with the federal and state laws. With the state of California, we've had several new laws that we actually had to bring into existence and increase awareness for county employees. Also, our program is here to actually, as I mentioned, monitor the Civil Service Rule 20 complaint process, advise and support departments and employees on related training, and sponsor the annual diversity luncheon. So the EEO plan also reviews the gender demographics of San Joaquin County's workforce. The plan is a 2-year plan based on the 2010 U.S. Census. The demographics provides information, insight, and knowledge to the community and the general public for the county's diversity and workforce. So that being said, we're going to move into that portion, which is the demographics. As you can see from the graph, 64% we have in our workforce are female, 35.3 is male, full-time employees based on the last 2 years, and the largest actual race or ethnic group is whites, Hispanics, and Asians, as you can see from the graph. So part of the actual report, we did see an increase in total minority representation. We did see an increase in Hispanic and Latino employee representation and a slight decrease in white employee representation. Okay, moving on, if you can understand the graph is basically showing that 2010 is the actual census, labor market census, which is our standard that we are held to. 2016 is the prior actual workforce plan, EEO plan, and 2018 is the current EEO plan. So out of that, 7 out of 8 ethnic groups have increased in representation and improvement from the 2016-2018 EEO plan. Hispanic population remains the largest group underrepresented by the county. Hispanic males is the largest individual group underrepresented by the county by 13.4%. White females population is the largest overrepresented single population in the county by 4.5%. And we did see a slight increase in male underrepresentation for 6 out of the 8 ethnic groups. So,
if I could just add before we leave this slide, we had mentioned, I think, at least 2 years ago when this report was presented, our issues with Hispanic males, including their 13.4% underrepresentation. I would note from the statistical information you see here, our 2016 percentage of Hispanic males was 6.7%. By 2018, we've moved that number to 7.4%. That's a plus 0.7%. So we are seeing some improvement in that area, even though that continues to be the single area that we're devoting the most attention to. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, while we're on that slide, could you just explain what the workforce utilization percentage actually means?
So, Chairman Elliott, the actual workforce utilization, if you look on the far right or left, let's take the white males, for example. We have 17.4%, and if you go over to the first category, which is the labor market, it's 21.7%. So the workforce utilization shows that we're underrepresented in white males by 4.3%.
Okay, so the labor market for what? For the county?
It's the actual labor market for the United States. Is the census, the 2010 census is what we actually hold our actual standard to.
Okay. So according to this, we are 4% underrepresented as opposed to the nationwide workforce.
Correct. Yeah. Okay, for clarity purposes, we have the U.S. Census that shows the county of San Joaquin County should be at 21.7% for white males, okay? And ours is currently at 17.4%, which shows that we are underutilized for San Joaquin County, okay? So this is not, it's part of the U.S. Census, but it's for this county.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, so we wanted to highlight some of the progress that we're making in the EEO office. We rolled out the sexual harassment prevention training for senior executives in 2017, which was successful and well received. In 2018, as part of updating our training, we did include bullying, which is a term that the state of California, it mandates that all employees have an understanding of what bullying is. And we also included gender identity, which is a new protected category for the state of California. As I mentioned before, SB 1343 mandates that we have to actually train all employees within 2 years of sexual harassment and prevention. And as part of that, the EEO office is expanding the online sexual harassment training to reach all employees with a plan in the next year. And finally, we wanted to introduce some of the efforts that we are making as part of the EEO office to reach all the parties that are underutilized. We are conducting outreach programs for local high schools and colleges, as the colleges that are listed, and we're working with the Human Resources Department or Division to actually work on recruitment for bringing in people, individuals or groups that are underutilized through social media and job fairs. And we are discussing with certain groups, the Chamber of Commerce and the Veterans Affairs, to discuss outreach programs for those entities also. And that concludes our actual presentation. Is there any questions?
All right, thank you for an excellent presentation. Lots of good facts and figures in there. Questions from the board?
Good.
Okay. I just have a general question. So we've identified areas where we are relatively underrepresented as opposed to the 2010 census workforce. So how are we actually orienting our efforts to try to reduce that underrepresentation?
So, as we mentioned, the largest group that is underrepresented is the Hispanic and Latino population. We've actually started efforts to address those issues. One of the efforts that we started with was San Joaquin Delta College, to reach out to them to make sure that we understand that people have an understanding of what government jobs are in the first place, and then second, to address what they would like to see if they came and worked for the government. So one of the things that we're doing is, if we notice, one of the areas that we noticed was skilled areas for Hispanic males, we want to partner with some of our departments with the San Joaquin Delta College so that they can actually make a presentation to these youth, and then we can see an influence on them coming into the actual county. So that's one effort. We are reaching out to the high schools. We are working with the youth in government, and the career days are very effective. And we're actually looking at touching some of the minority groups so that we can have them get a better awareness of what it means to work for the county and actually bring more of those people in.
Okay, that's all great. We want to make sure that we get the word out so that people are aware of the opportunities that there are, and we have the best opportunity to recruit as many people as we can. At the same time, I just want to reaffirm here. I saw the report went into some detail that the county does not use a quota system, and I think it's important that we make that clear. But I just want to reaffirm that our overall goal is to provide the highest quality, most capable, best qualified workforce that we can achieve. So is that our goal?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, the report does focus on that as well, and as part of our process of recruitment and selection, that's always the goal. It's certainly the stated goal of the civil service rules. I would just say that this involves working to build the pool of people that we draw those candidates from. If we can get more folks into that pool from the underrepresented groups, they'll have that opportunity to move through the process and ultimately be selected. So this is really a focus on the front end of that process, not on the results, but on the folks that we're providing with an opportunity.
Great. And then just one of the statistics that kind of jumped out was the underrepresentation figure there for males in general, only 35% of the workforce. So why are there so few males in the county workforce?
Well, actually that's typical of government. And it's not we're not out of whack with the way other governments look in terms of the representation by sex. Certainly, you can see that in the Hispanic area as well, where we are well within we've captured the appropriate level of Hispanic female employees. We're just having difficulty on the male side. I'm not sure, Roland mentioned a minute ago in terms of what people are looking for from employment in the public sector. We do need to, I think, provide some explanations and as to why employment in the public sector might be more attractive to males, but I also think that traditionally, historically, the office clerical positions that dominate our employee group, as well as a lot of positions in the healthcare area, women are overrepresented in those areas, and we tend to see that reflected in our workforce.
Okay, well, I wondered if that might be the case, that we just have a greater concentration of jobs that traditionally more women are attracted to. Is that?
Yes, I would agree. And probably the one area where we think we can make some headway is on the nursing side of that, where really the cultural norms associated with that profession are shifting, and we are seeing significantly more men entering into that profession. We have to, capture our share of them in the hiring pool.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, is there anyone from the audience who would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we need a motion to adopt the 2018 to 2020 San Joaquin County Equal Employment Opportunity Plan.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the plan. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Next item is a discussion item to accept the staff report on formation of a Veterans Advisory Commission and adopt a resolution establishing the San Joaquin County Veterans Advisory Commission and approving the commission bylaws. To present the staff report, we have Greg Diederich, Director of Healthcare Services, and Virginia Wimmer, Veterans Services Officer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Elliott, members of the Board of Supervisors, County Administrator Ms. Nino, and County Council Mr. Miles. I'm pleased to be here, have the opportunity to present to you today with Virginia Wimmer, our County Veteran Services Officer, our report on the formation of a San Joaquin County Veterans Advisory Commission. I want to personally thank a lot of the veterans organizations that participated in a series of meetings over the summer leading to this recommendation today. Many of them are in the audience with us still. Virginia.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Elliott, members of the board, Ms. Nino, Mr. Miles, and Ms. Jasinski. So, do we have the presentation? There was a presentation. As I get the presentation started, just wanted to share what we'd like to discuss today is just the reason for the recommendation, a little bit about the planning initiative and the bylaws that were created, and the planning initiative's appointment of the commission members, a little bit about the staff report, or staff support rather, and the fiscal impact, and then finally wrap up with the recommendation that we came up with. So the reason for the recommendation is that at the December 5th, 2017 Board of Supervisors meeting, Supervisor Nguyen so appropriately proposed that the Board of Supervisors consider the formation of a Commission on Veterans Affairs. At the same time, the community of veterans were also organically discussing coming up with a similar entity, and they called it the United Veterans Council. And so part of the outreach was to connect with the United Veterans Council of San Joaquin and to see if we could merge these two ideas into one idea. So along with Supervisors Wynn Vision, the various stakeholders recognize that San Joaquin Veteran Service Office does exist to provide services and advocacy and support throughout the county, but also that the Veteran Service Office could not do that alone, and that together as a community we could do much more. So we started the series of discussions, and this led us to this recommendation. And through the continuous collaboration and the open dialogue, the community stakeholders agreed that a more formalized San Joaquin County Veterans Advisory Commission would best meet their needs. So Greg and I enlisted further support from the community and other veterans stakeholders, such as veteran service providers. We reached out to formal national service organizations such as American Legion, VFW, and the Disabled American Veterans, along with American Veterans. And so we engaged these stakeholders through more emails, more phone calls, more meetings, more colorful dialogue. These meetings took place over a series of months from June, July, August through September. And during these meetings, the stakeholders did draft and edited a purpose statement, a mission statement, a vision statement, and then eventually came up with a set of bylaws that would best meet the Commission's needs. And after careful consideration and more deliberation and more colorful dialogue, we decided that it would be a good opportunity, since this is just before our Veterans Holiday, to recommend those bylaws at this meeting today. Okay, and so a little bit about the planning initiative itself. I told you about some of the stakeholders, and it was really a wonderful and engaging opportunity. Because just with the few people that we started out with, I think we started out with maybe 12 of us, with some direction from first Supervisor Wynn and then Chairman Elliott, and then we went out to the community, and the community brought back others with them. So we had upwards to 20 people at every meeting, and they represented stakeholders such as veterans like Ms. Gail Francisco and Susan Ferry, like I said, national veteran service organizations such as American Legion, VFW. We had veteran service providers like Fixed Inc., and we had Tactical Patients represented. We had Red, White, and Blue Team Red, White, and Blue was represented. We had veterans family members like Ms. Lisa Poth from Tracy. We had community-based and faith-based organizations such as DAV charities and Catholic charities. We also had county employees participate, and of course, myself and Mr. Dietrich. And of course, like I said, we had direction from the board. We also collaborated with county council, and so this is where we are today. And those bylaws that were presented, the purpose, the stakeholders were very, very adamant about ensuring that the purpose of the commission is to improve the sharing of communication and allocation of resources throughout the county, in the pursuit of collaborative, cooperative, and coordinated care for our veterans and their families. Of course, the stakeholders recognize that veterans face a multitude of quality of life issues throughout the county, and wanted to focus on pursuing justice, quality health care, disability benefits, substance abuse treatment, and meaningful mental health care for veterans and their families, and without the regard to their race, without regard to their social economic status. And our stakeholders also vowed to provide comprehensive and compassionate care, support, and advocacy services, and of course, information to preserve the dignity and the honor of all of our veterans. As part of the recommendation for appointment, thank you. So, thank you very much. So, 1 second. Thank you. And so, as part of the recommendation for the commission voting members through the bylaws, they wanted to, the stakeholders wanted to ensure that the composition of the voting members consisted of seven voting members, 5 of which would be appointed by each board member, 1 by the San Joaquin Veteran Service Officer, and 1 by the Director of VA Healthcare at Palo Alto. And the members, of course, would serve at the pleasure of the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, and the commission initiative was hoping that the appointments and nominations should be considered at the next available board meeting, which I believe is December 5th and not December 4th, but at the next available board meeting, if possible. So as far as staff support, it's been estimated that staff support would just be general administrative support. I, as a CVSO, will act as a commission liaison to assist with securing meeting locations, assist with stakeholder meetings, and of course continue to work with county council, and also to ensure that the agendas, the meetings, and the attendance records are well kept, and that if I am unable to attend, maybe someone from my office will act as a designee and represent the County Veteran Service Office. As far as fiscal support, it was estimated that in FY 2017-18, this is when this discussion started taking place, that between my staff and Greg and I, we probably spent about 52 hours of total staff time for a total of about $2,840 for that. And then in 2018 and 19, this current fiscal year, to continue discussions and meetings, we probably collectively spent about 116 hours, a little bit more. And so, and it's estimated that we probably by the end of the year, the end of this year, probably somewhere around 160 hours. So I'm looking at probably about $6,000 for the remainder of 2018-19 in salary, supplies, and IT maintenance. So we understand that in the out years, it's estimated that the annual cost of the commission may require an estimated of, once it's all settled, we'll probably be investing about 144 hours of staff time, or about $12,000, and maybe an additional $1,000 in supply, equipment and IT maintenance, for a total of about $13,000 per year. And in order to keep those costs low and without being a burden on the county, it's been determined that those costs will be absorbed as they already were. They'll be absorbed within the CVSO budget, and then we'll just continue to provide that support as needed. Okay, so as far as, like I just alluded to, some of the startup costs, again, estimated that the costs were already absorbed in both the 2017-18 and the 2018-19 budgets, and the commission may require a little bit more time. They may require, like I said, about $13,000 of staff time and equipment, which will be absorbed in our budget already. Which brings me to our recommendation.
And Virginia, if I could just add, a lot of that time was really not a hard or a marginal cost to the county. Virginia and I are predominantly the hours that we're in support, and we're both salaried, so it wasn't a hard cost to the county for us to support where we're at today. I think that would continue into the future primarily.
Absolutely. And just to piggyback what Greg is saying, and because I'm already engaged with many of these stakeholders, and I did, like I said, because of this endeavor, so I'm really grateful to you, Supervisor Nguyen, for suggesting this, because we were able to meet some stakeholders and some veteran service providers within our community who we did not know exist, and they did not know how to get involved with us as well. So it was really good for that. And the way I see this going forward is that this will be, it's part of why we exist. Part of why Veteran Service Office exists is to do this, so it's something that we'll just be absorbing as usual. So with that, the recommendation is to accept the staff report on the formation of the Veterans Advisory Commission and adopt a resolution establishing the San Joaquin County Veterans Advisory Commission and approve the commission bylaws.
We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Any initial questions from members of the board? Supervisor Nguyen.
So this UFA that you were talking about, so is that a continuation of discussion amongst the commission as far as coordinating services or discussions, et cetera?
So, I'm sorry, sir, the question is...
Was this the United Veterans Council?
UVC, United Veterans Council. Yeah, so the United Veterans Council is still going to be in existence within the community. They will still participate with the San Joaquin County Veterans Advisory Commission, but the stakeholders decided that they prefer to keep it two separate entities. They want to go forward with the United Veterans Council as well as with the San Joaquin County Veterans Advisory Commission, so that they would have one voice going toward or coming to the Board of Supervisors and to county leadership with any ideas and to help with the legislative process.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. So I just want to say I appreciate your efforts and certainly all the organizations that you partnered with, because as we talked about, previously, and I came to realize it at one of our veterans presentations, the number of speakers from different groups that I wasn't even aware existed. And I thought, well, it's about time to bring all those together, because obviously a united voice or collaboration is more effective. So I want to thank you and Diederik and certainly all the members who participated in this particular operation to come together, because I think it's going to make a big difference in serving our veterans and certainly their needs. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think it certainly is a noteworthy effort here that we're trying to form an organization, some type of a body to ensure that our veterans' voices are heard. Now, in the resolution, next to last paragraph, it talks about what your specific activities are going to be. And I just wanted to ask how you interpret that. It says the County Veteran Services Officer shall act as liaison and administrative support to the Veterans Advisory Commission to ensure the sharing of communications. We've talked quite a bit about that. Resources and allocations throughout the county in the pursuit of collaborative, cooperative, and coordinated care of San Joaquin County veterans and their families. So how do you interpret that? How do you see that in terms of what your duties are?
How I interpret that, Chairman, is that as the County Veteran Service Officer, it's my responsibility to liaison not only for the Board of Supervisors and county administration, but also for the veterans as well. So as a liaison to the Veterans Advisory Council, my responsibility and role would be to just serve them in a strictly administrative capacity and to help guide and lead them through the bureaucracy of county government. So that would be my role as it is in the community. I'm not seeing I don't think that this would impact my daily duties and operations of the office, because this is something that I do now in the community already as part of the various groups that I belong to and the various meetings that I'm invited to within the community. So, it will not be a burden to me. And as discussed earlier, Mr. Diederik has given me very strict guidelines and direction, and he provides a lot of support to make sure that we do this in the most prudent way possible.
I apologize for our technical difficulties with the presentation, but we did have a slide specifically addressing that, and we're looking to assist in drafting the correspondence and presentations, assist with securing meeting locations, assisting with inviting stakeholders to the meeting, and continue to work with the county council and the clerk of the board to further that bidirectional communication. So I think it's a lot of the activities Virginia and her staff does now. It might ultimately be more efficient by having one convening rather than I think you go out to many meetings in the evenings each week almost. So.
I do. So I attend a lot of the separate post meetings, or maybe I'm invited to other community meetings. But this will be an entity where folks can come and join us rather than we have to go out to a different one. But although I don't see that that's going to change that much either, but what Greg has said is correct. It'll strictly be an administrative capacity. So that's how I see that, Chairman.
And we're hoping that some of the members at large could actually step up and such that, your staff might not always have to do the meeting minutes and the agenda, but that could be where we set up some subcommittees to actually further the work of what we're trying to achieve here.
Right, and that was one of the points that I wanted to make, was that our intent is not to dump a bunch of requirements on your office, but we want you to be a conduit, really. Something that will facilitate the exchange of information back and forth, somewhat of a gatekeeper there to maintain some reason in what is going back and forth, and just to keep the board of supervisors aware of issues within the veterans community.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions about some wording in bylaws as well. I think they may have just been typos, but if we look on Article 13, Administrative, Paragraph B, it talks about a County of Veterans Service Office. I'm assuming you mean the County Veterans Service Office.
That was item B as in Bravo.
Yes, B, and the same wording appears in subparagraph 1 under B. Oh. So I'm assuming we just need to strike the word "of" out of there so that we understand what we're talking about.
No, I apologize, Chair. You said Article 13.
Article 13, Administrative.
Administrative.
Paragraph B.
B, number 1. All general funds allocated will be properly accounted for and managed by county. Oh, you're absolutely correct, Chair. That is a typo. It's County Veteran Service Office.
Right, okay. And then the line right above that as well. Last line of B. Okay, and then as we go down and read through sub-item number 2, it talks about no payments will be made to commissioners, members, or staff for purposes of conducting or for inactive veterans advisory. I'm assuming we mean enacting veterans advisory.
Enacting veterans.
My apologies, Chairman. We'll get those corrected.
Okay. All right. Just small details. But nonetheless, when we're going to start out, we ought to have it as correct as we can. Okay, great. So I think we've made it clear in the report and in the bylaws that this body that's being created will be an advisory body, and that you, as the Veteran Service officer, will be the primary conduit between the body and the Board of Supervisors to make sure that we have a good exchange of information and good recommendations flowing back and forth.
Yes, sir. Yes, Chairman, that is exactly it.
Oh, okay, great. At this time, are there any members of the audience who would like to comment on this item? I have a request for comment from David Avilas, who has been waiting patiently.
Oh, I'm going to be here all day.
All right, Mr. Avilas.
Thank you for listening to me. Chairman Elliott, members of the board. I think this is really essential. I'm the president for Disabled American Veterans Charities of San Joaquin County. We are all volunteers. We help veterans. We help pay their bills. We're not set with parameters based on the VA or any other organization. If a veteran comes to us and he needs his bills paid, he needs food, he needs transportation, whatever, we interview that veteran. We try to supply that.
Mr. Avilas, could you please speak into the microphone so that you get appropriately recorded?
Okay.
Good.
Oh, the commission that we're forming is essential in what we're doing, because as veterans organizations, we can face the socioeconomic problems that are in our community, but we're not fully aware of the political or law enforcement or laws that are passed through government. What Virginia will do for us, as we face those socioeconomic problems, she will be able to give us direction from you on how we can address those problems, so we're standing within the boundaries of the law and what's going on. So her services and what they're doing is going to be essential. and your input to what we have to do is also going to be essential, where we don't have to address every individual county supervisor, and we can address Virginia, and she can give us that necessary direction. And that's what I wanted to say.
Great. All right. Thank you. Mr. Adame, please come forward.
Good afternoon. Tino Adame, American Legion. Good morning, Chairman Elliott and members of the board. I just want to say thank you very much to express my thanks and gratitude for helping put together this Veterans Advisory Commission. This has been something of a veterans, but this county has been asking for for 15 years. Thank you to Virginia Wilmer and County Veteran Service Officer for spearheading this endeavor, and to Great Deaton, Director for Health Care Services, for supporting the veterans for this commission. The process was challenging, but it was worthwhile. Ms. Wilmer does a great job getting information out to us in the community, and she has always been there to help us. I appreciate her. But she can't do all this herself. I really appreciate Greg for always supporting the veterans and everything Ms. Wilmer does in the community. But we need this advisory commission so we can be placed in the county with one voice. With the Veterans Advisory Commission, we could do more as a community, and we could make a big difference. We could help the county as we could help other veterans who can't help themselves. When a Veterans Advisory Commission, we could help shape legislation and advocate for veterans across the county and their families. Listening to today what this board wants action, this advisory commission can help what we hear out in the community, out in the levees, with the Chairman Wynn, what you mentioned about the homeless out there in the rivers. We know about them. We work with them. We help them with the homeless. Let us help the county, which you can help us. We can help Virginia. We can work together and make this county, make Stockton and San Joaquin County a better place to live. On the way over here, I did make a call to Tony Fitzgerald. He said, Tino, let me know what can we do to help. I am on board with this commission. Let me know. Chairman Elliott, on October 6th, at the Veterans, the Commanders meeting, thank you for being there. One of our leaders here, he mentioned to us that your door is always open. And I thank you many times. You have been there. And we ask you and the board members to support this commission. I really appreciate in the past what all of you have been here doing, looking forward to this hospital. A lot of you have been here for many years, and I would say thank you very much, and thank you for your support. Semper Fi.
Thank you, Mr. Adame. I also have a request to speak from Kerry Martin. Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Kerry Martin, and I do reside here in the county seat. I have appeared before your predecessors over the years many times. When I first came here, it was as a representative from the Mental Health Board. At that time, we did not have one of your members participating in our board. That was during the service of Supervisor Maringo, if any of you can remember that. However, I did read the law and requested a comment from County Council, who agreed that it was, in fact, a requisite for this board. Subsequent to that, over a number of years, we had not only one representative attendant, we actually had two. It was a standby. That relationship I have passed to other boards and at the state level the broad and all sides of this state, to be honest with you, from Redding to San Diego, San Bernardino, your predecessors were the envy of that state organization, its members. So I tell you that because I support this commission. Mind you, I'm a Korean War veteran. I go back a long time. This is, in my mind, the vanguard of a new era. A lot of those members are much younger than me. So the time is coming for me to step aside. You need to support them in the interest of this county and this state. I implore you. It is also a little bit reminiscent for me of what happened with Warren Atherton. If you're not familiar with that, I'll stop quickly. He went back to Washington after the Second World War. They were not welcome. They ended up cracking heads. They called out the National Guard. Ultimately, the Congress prevailed. We got the GI Bill. I do not expect any of that uncivil behavior from this body. I have been a great admirer of the reality of what you do for the people of this county and this state. I expect to see no less with this action. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to comment on this item? Just a minute. Let's get the others who haven't had a chance yet first. Okay.
Good morning, or should I say good afternoon. My name is William Johnson. I am the District 1 Commissioner for the Stanislaus County Veterans Advisory Commission. We were established in 2012. It's been a great project. We've got a lot of stuff done in Stanislaus County that wouldn't have got done otherwise. It's the most important thing we do is information exchange. Our meetings, which are held all throughout the county, we try to change it to each district every month. But some of the stuff that we have accomplished is we got representatives coming to our meetings from Flora's office, Denham's office, and local politicians. We have all the different agencies that in Stanislaus County that work with veterans, Aging and Veteran Services, Veteran Service Officer, like Virginia. We have the clinic comes. We have representatives from the VA, representatives from all different aspects to help veterans. Another thing we have done is we've established committees. We have an employment committee, which has helped. We go to job fairs. We go to other community events, talk to veterans, try to get them employment. We also have an outreach committee, which I'm a member of. We go out to we work with MJC. They're having a deal tomorrow. We work with Stanislaus State to try to get employment and get education for the kids. We have an educational committee. But what has happened with these committees is we've been able to establish programs. We just had you got to talk about your homeless problem. We just had our third annual homeless, what we call them Veterans Without Homes. We just helped 108 veterans, homeless veterans, at a stand down last month. The best thing about that was what we do there is we have all these service providers, VAs there. They bring the van there. DMV was there to get them cards. Anyway, I'm using up all my time. But the thing is that it was because of this commission that we were able to get our brand new one-stop shop in Modesto, where we have the Veteran Service Offices, Aging and Veteran Services, all next door, and then we have a nice hall. That's not, I don't think, what these people are looking for here in San Joaquin County. But the other thing that we've established is to your transportation. You guys had a presentation here from your transportation department. So I'll make this real quick. We have the only program in the state where we pick up disabled and homebound veterans, the ones that can't drive or can't get to their appointments, need help. We pick them up at their door. We take them to their appointments. We wait. We bring them back, drop them off. And that's something I'd like to see happen here. And the meetings I've been to for the new clinic, that's the biggest thing that comes up is how do we get to the appointments? Sometimes it's a 12-hour day for these elderly veterans that can't drive themselves or whatever. They got to get on the bus. Once they have their appointment, they got to go early in the morning, and sometimes they don't get back till late at night. So we address that issue, and that's something you guys could take. So there's a lot of things that can be done to this commission, and I strongly recommend that you do it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Please come forward, identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Chairman Elliott, Board. My name is Kevin Graves. I work for the California Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm a local interagency network coordinator. Short is that I work for CalVet and I'm a link. That's the easiest way to say it. I have 10 counties that I'm responsible for. San Joaquin County is one that I am proud to work with. I do most of my work in the Bay Area. Originally, I was here when Ron Green was here. They reassigned me, but I would not let go of San Joaquin County because I just love working with the veterans out here. It's been a pleasure to work with Virginia over the last few years since she's come on board, and I want to commend you guys for seeing a vision of having to have a direct conduit with your county veteran service office. We have it's mandated, as you know, through the state that every county have a county veteran service officer, and of the 56 counties, 54 have that, but we rely on people such as Virginia up at the state level to give us advice on how we can better work with our counties and better get that subvention money to you, get those programs working so that we can help support you also from a financial standpoint. So again, I just want to say thank you for doing this. Thank you for listening to your county veteran service office. Thank you for wanting to know what's going on within the veteran community, because you guys have a bunch of great guys here that are willing to give information and tell you what their needs are and get those programs working. So from the state level, I just want to say thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Graves, and thank you for coming down today. Yes, come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, Mr. Elliott, Board of Supervisors. Thank you all for allowing us, the veterans, this platform. I'd like to first thank Virginia and Greg for pushing through these colorful dialogues that we had and staying committed to wanting to see this advisory commission grow. I look forward to being involved in any way to seeing this advisory commission actually make an impact. There are 20 veterans committing suicide a day. Only 6 of those 20 are using VA services and the others are not using. So there's obviously a huge gap in between veteran services and the impact that organizations are making. So I'm all for this advisory commission and truly making an impact for veterans and their families and the community. Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to comment on this item? All right, thank you. I see the thumbs up. Yes, Mr. Villas.
Because I know the Board of Supervisors doesn't recognize the individuals that are in here. We have Gail and Bill and Jerry, Richard, Toshi, Tino, the rest of us that are in here. We worked hard for the last few years to work, and Jerry's now the president of the United Veterans Council of San Joaquin County, and we went to Stanislaus County and tried to get the model from Stanislaus County to work and help to develop the commission. We worked on the commission. We put the bylaws together. Everybody's working hard. Everybody's committed to making a real good, strong, create a dialogue with the Board of Supervisors and our state and city government. And again, thank you for coming to the Council of Commanders meeting last week. But I think Virginia is going to be a wonderful conduit for us. We can speak freely to her. She knows what's going on. She has a finger on the pulse of the community, and we can do some really great things for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wynn.
Unless there's any comments, I'd like to accept the staff report, make a motion to accept the staff report and adopt the resolution.
Second.
For Mr. Commissioner.
And does that include the slight modifications we made?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
That only you would find.
Supervisor Patty, did you have some additional?
I was just going to say I appreciate the hard work that went into this, and I know the motion's already been made, but I know that some of our veterans were able to make it today, and you speak for many, and you guys are the unsung heroes. You've committed to your country and in so many capacities, given well above many others. So we thank you, recognize you, and look forward to this moving forward. Thank you.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to accept the staff recommendations as adjusted. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone, and we look forward to a profitable and useful exchange of information here with our veterans through this new organization. Yes, Mr. Adame.
The chair, are you going to end this now? If I may, we're coming up to Veterans Day, and Mr. Kevin Graves, with all due respect, goes to our father, and if you can end it in the memory of all the goes to our father, but in behalf of his son.
All right.
Have a moment of silence, please, before you end it. Thank you.
We will certainly do that before we recess for our closed session. But with that, I believe that's the end of this item. And next item is closed session. I think we will, in the interest of time, since we do have a 1:30 afternoon session to start, and we do have closed session to do before then, we'll dispense with the board members' comments and reports. And so I think it's entirely appropriate that we end our morning session here with a moment of silence, honoring all those who have given their lives in service to our country, all those who are still living and still serving, and particularly their families, particularly the Gold Star families. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. With that, we will recess to our closed session. County Council, please announce the closed session.
The board will meet in closed session on the item listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
We will reassemble at 1:30.
Be in touch. Thank you very much.
But that's a good thing. Yeah, you get to hear the bar. So, what is the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors and report out from the closed session. County Council.
There's nothing to report from the closed session.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Service and Retiree Award presentations. And to oversee this part of the program, we have our Director of Human Resources, Ted Swick. Mr. Swick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisors, guests. San Joaquin County Human Resources is proud to be part of the San County Service Award Program. The award program strives to recognize employees at milestone periods 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and up to 40 years of service. Employees with over 20 years of service will be honored by the Board of Supervisors in today's award ceremony. Our honorees are given 2 awards that are both tangible and long-lasting, hopefully something our county employees are proud to have. The 2 awards include a service pin identifying years of service, which can be worn by employees, and the second is a framed and matted print. These prints are high-quality reproductions of 19th and 20th century originals from the archives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. The choice of images includes historical figures, architecture, agricultural scenes, and nature shots, hopefully something for everyone. Employees choose their print from a selection of 45 historical reproductions. The prints are professionally framed in a variety of sizes that are available to our employees based on years of service. The framed print is also personalized with a brass plate identifying the employee's name and years of service. We are proud of the award recognition program and believe it provides meaningful recognition to our county employees who have made public service their career choice. In addition, we recognize retirees for their years of public service with a certificate of appreciation which will be mailed to them. Note that all employees do not select the print, although most do. Employees who attend the award ceremony have their picture taken with the Board of Supervisors. These pictures are posted on the county's intranet, and a picture is sent to the employee as well. I'd like to thank the Clerk of the Board, the Information Services Department, and Human Resources staff who are also involved in this event. After the ceremony, refreshments will be served in the 6th floor lobby. And if I could ask the members of the board to come forward so that we can call up the recipients.
All right, Mr. Swick, I'm going to depart just a bit from the normal procedure here. Last time when we waited until the very end to allow the supervisors to individually offer their thanks and congratulations, we had many members who were in a great rush to get out and take part in the refreshments. So this time, I'm going to give them the opportunity to address the employees who are being recognized here today. Before we do that, so is there anyone who would like to offer any special words here?
I'll start it. I just want to say congratulations and thank you for all your years of service to our county. Your hard work and your dedication is what makes our county so great and special. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I want to echo congratulations to everyone. We're so pleased to have such a great team here in San Joaquin County, and we have a lot of appreciation for the work that you do. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Yes, Supervisor.
You have to do that to me again.
Okay, I'm an easy act to follow. Well, to those being honored today with this milestone, and to all of our county employees, except of course Chris Balaji, who's in the class all by himself, really like to thank and congratulate everybody for all of your contributions. You guys are the ones that make the county work, and it's our pleasure to work with you and to give you some recognition today. So really pleasure to be here, and so glad to see you all in this chamber with us today. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me say that I'm very proud to be a part of the team of San Joaquin County, and the reason I say that is because more and more of our board meetings are started with a recognition of one of our county departments that receives either a state or national award. And this morning we had our purchasing department receive a national award for the 4th year in a row, which is outstanding, considering about 3,200 purchasing departments, and only 45 actually received that award nationwide. It's quite an accomplishment. So when I say that, and like I say, we've had several departments that have been before us, and this is a county or a government agency which in many cases rises above and stands out among others. And I'm never, I become where I'm no longer surprised when a department head says that a county, usually much larger than we are, comes to visit us because our programs are superior or the model for the state. So this is for you, because you are the individuals who do it on a daily basis. And you're just as important, in many cases more important than we are, because you're the ones that meet the public on a daily basis and fix their problems and deal with their complaints, et cetera. So for that, I want to thank all of you. Certainly for those who are retired, I wish you the best in your retirement. For those who have been here over 20 years, thank you for your faithful service. And for others who are here, thank you for being a part of the county and the excellence that we provide on a daily basis. So thank you very much.
All right, and I'd like to add my thanks as well. We greatly appreciate all you do. As has been said, you are the face of the county. You're the ones that people think of when they think of what kind of service did they get at the county, and it's always a great impression that you leave. I always like to mention just the number of hours or number of years of service that are represented at these ceremonies here. 1,669 years of service by those who are retiring today, who are being recognized for retirement. So we'll certainly miss all of that experience that we'll be leaving. But we also have another 1,480 years of service represented by those who are receiving service milestone awards today. So we'll look forward to continuing to take advantage of that experience and great job performance that you've developed over those years. But again, thank you for doing what you do on a daily basis. Thank you for keeping the constituents of the county, the citizens of the county uppermost in your mind. And thank you for being business friendly in all your interactions with the members of the county. So with that, let's join Ted down in front, and we'll recognize everyone for their service.
We will begin our recognition today with retirees. First individual, Edward Bustatil, District Attorney's Office, 28 years of service. Janice Corder of the Human Services Agency, 31 years of service. Jimmy Deed, Office of the Sheriff, 33 years of service. Lori Greenberg, California Children's Services, 15 years of service. Rosa Gutierrez, the Human Services Agency, 39 years of service. Kim Hipp, San Joaquin General Hospital, 18 years of service. Julie Lopez, San Joaquin General Hospital, 23 years of service. Ruben Metzler, San Joaquin General Hospital, 36 years of service. Kimberly Moreno, Behavioral Health Services, 6 years of service. Cindy Ang, Public Health Services, 24 years of service. Pam Schweitzer, San Joaquin General Hospital, 29 years of service. We will now honor active employees, and we'll begin with the group with 35 years of service. First is Gail Lynn Downer of Information Systems Division. Jeffrey G. Huey, San Joaquin General Hospital. Carolyn Wright, Human Services Agency. Now honoring employees with 30 years of service, Elena Grace Peterson of the Probation Department. Now honoring employees with 20 years of service, Brenda Agraz Vaca of the Probation Department. Michael T. Biagini of Behavioral Health Services. Constance S. Clement of the Human Services Agency. Cheryl A. Field from Environmental Health. Marcella A. Galindo of Behavioral Health Services. Felisa Galindo, Human Services Agency. Jennifer E. Goodman, Human Resources Department. Michael T. Griggs, Office of the Sheriff. Add-ons. Troy D. Hedrick, Public Works Department. Aisha C. Hunter, Behavioral Health Services. Bonnie L. McClellan of Behavioral Health Services. Tanya H. Moreno, Human Resources Department. Edward W. Olpen of Behavioral Health Services. Lucy A. Ramirez, Human Resources Department. Laura J. Reeves of the District Attorney's Office. Toumo Song of the Human Services Agency. Jorge R. Torres of the Probation Department. Tina M. Wemmies, Human Services Agency. Herbert H. Yin of the Probation Department. Robert K. Courier, Jr. of the Information Systems Division. Is there anyone here to be recognized whose name we haven't called? All right, seeing none, and since we've already taken care of the supervisor's remarks, it's appropriate to direct those who are interested to the lobby for some refreshments.
Next item on the agenda is a public hearing regarding first cycle general plan amendment for general plan map amendment application number PA 1800162 and zone reclassification application number PA 1800163 of Holly Commerce Center LLC. Here to present the staff report is John Funderburg, Principal Planner, Community Development Department, assisted by Megan Aguirre, Senior Planner.
Good afternoon, Chairman Elliott and Supervisors.
Staff report, please.
Thank you, Chairman Elliott and the Supervisors. Megan Aguirre will give the presentation for the General Plan Amendment and Zone Reclassification. And if you have any additional questions after the presentation, staff is available to answer them at that time. Thank you.
Hello. This project request is for a first cycle general plan amendment for general plan map amendment application number PA 18162 and zone reclassification application number PA 18163 of Holly Commerce Center LLC, care of Phelan Development Company. The proposed general plan map amendment would amend the general plan designation of a 54.9 acre portion of 110.35 acre parcel from general industrial and resource conservation to limited industrial and resource conservation, while the proposed zone reclassification application would amend the zoning of the same 54.9 acres from general agriculture with the 40-acre minimum to warehouse. The project is located on the northeast corner of West Sugar Road and South Holly Drive in the Tracy area. The Planning Commission considered this matter at its regular meeting on September 6th of this year, and no one spoke in opposition of the project. After considering all oral and written testimony, the Planning Commission determined that the internal consistency of the general plan is maintained with adoption of the proposed general plan map amendment request to limited industrial, and that the proposed zone reclassification request to warehouse is also consistent with the general plan and any applicable specific plan in the project vicinity. As a result, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to forward the applications to your board for approval. Today, the adoption of the resolutions included in your board packet and approval of the first cycle general plan amendment would complete the process of approving the general plan map amendment and zone reclassification application requests by Holly Sugar Commerce, care of Phelan Development Company. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for staff at this time? All right, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone from the audience who wishes to speak in favor of this item?
Hello, my name is Steve Cortese. I am the owner of Holly Commerce Center. I don't need to make a presentation to the supervisors today, but just wanted to let you know I am here in the event you had any questions.
All right, any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Are there any final comments from board members? Okay. Have a motion.
I would make a motion to approve the negative declaration, adopt the resolution as presented, and adopt the ordinance for zone reclassification.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the board recommendations. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is a public hearing regarding a 6-year time extension application for previously approved major subdivision application numbers PA 0500838 and PA 0600161 of Joe J. and Lillian E. Machado Trust Mountain House Community. Mr. Funderburg.
Thank you, Chair Elliott. This project is a 6-year time extension request for previously approved major subdivision application numbers PA 0500838, and PA 0600161. The project area is located at the southwest corner intersection of Grant Line Road and Mountain House Parkway in the specific Plan 3 area of Mountain House. Application request. Pursuant to Development Title Section 9-881.3, applications for time extensions shall be reviewed and acted upon by the review authority that approved the original development application, which in this case was the Board of Supervisors. Pursuant to Development Title Section 9-881.4, an extension of the expiration of an approved major subdivision application may be granted by the review authority for a period not to exceed 6 years. If the time extension request is approved by your Board of Supervisors for the major subdivision applications, the new expiration date will be November 18th, 2024. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the negative declaration for the 6-year time extension request for major subdivision application numbers PA 0500838 and PA 0600161, and approve a 6-year time extension for the previously approved major subdivision applications with the previously approved findings, the previously approved conditions of approval, attachment A, and the previously approved conditions of approval, attachment B1 and B2. Thank you, Chair Elliott. That concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you. I understand then that there's nothing at all that's changed about this application other than just the extension of the time.
That's correct, Chair Elliott.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for the board or for the staff from the board? Supervisor Wynn.
So as I understand it, this extension would extend also or lock in place the current fee schedule that's for this development. Is that correct?
Fees for impact development for residential buildings or?
Yeah, any of the fees.
At this time, it would not lock in residential fees, but what it does is it vests the improvements and the conditions of approval for the project.
Okay, so that's locked in for 6 years, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Wynn.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for staff? All right, at this time the public hearing is open. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this item?
Chairman Elliott, members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Jerry Camillus, developer of Specific Plan 3 in Mountain House, and I'm here obviously in favor of this item and available for any questions that you may have.
One question, do you think this 6 years will be sufficient to complete the work that needs to be done?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Other questions for the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Camillus. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Public hearing is now closed. Are there any final comments or questions from the board? Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the negative declarations for the 6-year time extension requests for PA 0500338 or 838, I'm sorry, and PA 0600161, and approve the 6-year time extension for previously approved major subdivision application number as noted.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the staff recommendations. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our agenda items for today. At this point, we will adjourn to Tuesday, December 4th, 2018 at 9 a.m.